Council workshop. Today is Tuesday, June 9th, 2026. It's 9 a.m. We're in the John Netz Community Wing. If you have devices with you right now, could you please silence them? We're calling this meeting to order. If you could, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a short moment of silence. Thank you. You can have a seat. Ms. Allison, if you could call the roll, please.
Mayor Norris,
Here.
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Present.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Here.
Councilmember Miller,
Here.
and Councilmember Sullivan.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to begin today's proceedings with 30 minutes allotted for public comment. Please refrain from any defamatory comments. If you have any public comments not relating to anything on the agenda, please come forward now.
Good morning, Jeannie Duarte. As you all know, I'm vested in this city. I would like to be elected in a lawfully held election. If you note that I put some information on your desk, you'll also be getting it in your email. In 2011, there was a ballot that appeared on the primary elections, and in that ballot, there's a copy of it. You all have a copy of it. It's to change the dates from odd years to even years for our elections. On the back side is the general election ballot. You'll see on that. It's all in front of you. This was required to be on the general election, not the primary election. And if you don't believe me, look at Florida Statute 166.031. It states how you're supposed to hold these elections or make changes to our amendments or our charter. On the back side is an Attorney General opinion on it, backing it up. And there's an interlocal agreement that's attached to your packets also. This interlocal agreement gives all liabilities for if this was ever challenged is on the backs of the city, not on the supervisor of elections. So if you guys are going to hold a 2026 election, let's do this right. It needs to be called out as a special election. That's the only legal way to do it. It was not done back then, and we're still holding these elections unlawfully. So why is this important? Because we were handed 3 amendments back in 2018. With those 3 little amendments, you guys totally, or not you guys, but our charter was totally rewritten. And in 2019, more changes were made, including the compensation language. The dollar amount used to be directly tied to our charter. It was eliminated. It disappeared. Then April 19, 2022, they gave themselves 151% pay raise with yearly raises, with compensations, with insurance, etc. That affects me directly because I just had to come out of pocket with over $3,000 to keep in the runnings with this campaign. And if this continues on, everybody behind me that runs for these elections, if they don't get their petitions done, it's going to go up and up and up and up. And you guys get a raise based on the staff raises? That was 5% that they gave themselves this year. Times that by how many years?
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment?
Good morning.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I'm late. My name is Sam Royer, live in the East Section. Just to update you, I have a meeting with the developer on the 23rd about what I've called out before with the affordable housing project that they're looking to build. My question today is might be a little, I would just say controversial, but I'm curious about East Hampton and why it doesn't go through to 100. I know it's been talked about before. I live in the far section of the east section, and I think, you know, now with this expansion and also just with the fact that Palm Coast, I mean, we have one lane that's closed down for construction, and I almost got in an accident last night. I think a lot of people have had major congestion issues there. The fact that East Hampton looks as it does as a pass-through, I mean, there's lights, there's no front-facing driveways. Why we haven't pushed it through, I'm just curious. I don't know all the background yet. I'm still doing some research, but I wanted to bring it up to the council to see if it is something that you would consider. If it hasn't been considered before, I think it has. I've actually been dumb enough to cut through that wooded area, and if I wasn't a bigger guy, I probably would have got mugged because there are a lot of people that live back there, which is unfortunate. I think actually having that cleaned up as well, having that street go through, especially with how much we've grown over the last, you know, how many years. So just something I wanted to bring up. I'll try and get more data points, but I'm not sure the official correct way to say to the council. Would love to see if that is something you guys will look into as something that could be an improvement factor for that section and so forth. So that's it.
Thank you, Sam. That was just mentioned to me the other day too, Sam, about that. So it'll be considered. Yes, sir, Mr. Webb.
Mark Webb, Palm Coast. Sadly, this will be the last meeting that I will be attending. Successfully, I was able to put my house on the market, priced it appropriately, sold it to a young starter couple who's been saving and living money, saving money to move in. I walked the talk. I asked my realtors to look for those type of citizens that we all talk about. But more importantly, in the 4 or 5 years I've been coming up here, and there's really only one of you that remembers me from the very beginning, it's important for the citizens in this city and all over to know that they have a responsibility to participate. Not just yell at a TV screen or complain to your neighbors, but get involved. Whether you go with the planning board, which was very dramatic the last cycle, which was phenomenal and good because the citizens were participating. We need to have more open houses. We need to have more town halls. We need to be able to reach out and get our citizens to care, to step up, and get ahead of the conversations that are happening. That is the challenge the citizens need to take. Not be afraid to come in here, not be able to take 3 minutes and listen and participate and be aware of the power they truly have. Because ultimately, the power resides with the citizens and the voters of this city. We have seen impacts of citizen participation change the direction of this council. I've seen it personally, whether it be the concrete elements or the oil elements or all of it. Participation matters and is powerful. I preach this constantly to those that I get involved with to know that the city is the citizens. It isn't Tallahassee. It isn't local control. The citizens that live here have the say, and you guys do a great job in your own ways of bringing those ideas, those comments, those emails, those conversations to these meetings to talk about it. So I just want to extend a big thank you for the efforts that all of you guys do. People do not know how many hours in the day you guys do this. So I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Webb.
I just wanted to say, Mark, I'm one of the guys who has had the pleasure of all your citizen participation back on the county and now here at the city. So I've been here the whole period. Thank you. Good luck.
Anyone else for public comment? Yes, Mr. Davis.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, City Manager, and City Attorney. For months, I have spoken about drainage, elevation permits, engineering reviews, and technical standards. Today, I would like to discuss something much simpler. The concept of nuisance has existed in American law for generations. At its core, it is based on a simple principle. One person should not unreasonably interfere with another person's use and enjoyment of their property. That seems like common sense. If a property functions for years without flooding and then conditions are altered through development, resulting in reoccurring flooding and damage to a neighboring property, most residents would naturally ask a simple question: what changed? Not who owns the water, not whose property the water is sitting on. What changed? Because when a condition exists for years and a problem suddenly appears after development, common sense tells us to examine the change. Florida nuisance law recognizes that substantial and unreasonable interference with the use and enjoyment of property matters, whether the cause is noise, pollution, smoke, odors, or drainage. The principle remains the same. Property rights do not stop at the property line. Every resident has the right to reasonably use and enjoy their property without unnecessary harm caused by actions occurring elsewhere. Which brings me to the question I have been asking nearly 3 years. If a developer submits plans, a licensed engineer certifies those plans, and the city reviews and approves those plans, how does the city determine whether the approved development will create an unreasonable impact on neighboring properties? What analysis is performed? What documentation supports that determination? What evidence demonstrates that adjacent property owners will not be adversely affected? Because if that evidence exists, residents deserve to see it. And if it does not exist, the residents deserve to know that as well. Government works best when decisions can be explained, verified, and defended. A standard that cannot be demonstrated is not truly a standard at all. This issue is bigger than my property. It is bigger than Parati Lane. It affects every resident who assumes that when the city approves development, the rights of existing property owners are being protected just as carefully as the rights of new development. And if the homeowner is not responsible, and the developer is not responsible, and the city is not responsible, then who exactly is responsible? That is the question residents are still waiting to have answered. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-up, City Manager?
No, sir.
Anyone from the council?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For Mr. Royer, I know going as far back as when the first public meetings were being held for the East Hampton, that development, I got calls from different residents in the section, to talk about that. But I've gotten a lot of feedback from a bunch of people, and I don't know if it's vocal minority or not, but I've gotten a bunch of feedback that they absolutely do not want the breakthrough to 100. So I'd be interested if we can find some way that we can see what actually is representative of the entire neighborhood. But I've gotten kind of both sides of that, right? And I understand, one mode of egress, we don't have 2 emergency access points and things like that in that neighborhood. So I understand, why you would want that. I think from a common sense standpoint, I think that's appropriate. But then I think, as Mr. Webb said, sometimes, the residents tell us that they want certain things and they don't match up with what we think maybe is most appropriate. So I've heard both. So I'm aware of the situation. I'm not sure, in terms of the technical side of that, where that is with staff and what the intent there was originally. I think there was a point when there was conversation about purchasing an easement and things like that for that, but I don't know all of it, so I'll look into it. Mr. Webb, thanks for participation and coming here, keeping us honest, so to speak, and good luck in everything you do in the future.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Yes, I'll piggyback off of Councilman Miller's comments regarding 100. I think what I heard from residents that actually live over in that neighborhood is that they were concerned about it really becoming another pass-through like a Florida Park Drive. And we know that our Florida Park Drive residents now hate the fact that people essentially use that as another arterial to get from some of our main roads. So I do recall us talking to staff about other ingress and egress for the purposes of emergency. I don't know where those conversations left off, so I appreciate you, Councilman Miller, following up. I'll do the same. But I can't, in good faith, advocate. And matter of fact, I'm pretty sure that the approval that we gave to the developer was contingent or had the condition that they would not punch through to 100. I'm almost positive that was in our approval. But we can definitely look at other ways to achieve some ingress and egress for safety purposes. Also, to Mr. Webb, thank you. I wish you the best of luck. I've enjoyed conversing with you both from the dais and also in separate meetings and community events. You've always been super involved and also very respectful. And I think that your representation to this council has represented that of a lot of people. And so for that, I thank you as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else from the council? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, Sam, I've heard recently from some of our residents about potentially looking at that option. We did get some pushback, when we looked at that development there in the east section. But I think it's worth looking at the egress perspective to see if there's an option, for our first responders and others to be able to get in there. And I think it was part of the condition for that development. But I think it would just be good. I think it's now three of us saying the same thing. Maybe we just need to get some clarification on why we didn't approve it. And I think we know what the answer is, but I think it's important to kind of lay that out. Or maybe not because of the Florida Park Drive situation. But really, what are the options for egress in order to get things through? Yes.
Excuse me. I got a little more follow-up on that. So actually, there's a piece of land between the two properties that is between the two developments, and that property owner also does not want to allow access through that separately owned property. So that's a particular point for this.
Yeah, okay.
And I know to the Vice Mayor's point, though, I think during this conversation, when all this came before us, we did discuss the secondary egress, and I think it was on the south side of the neighborhood off of Belterre.
Okay.
There was potentially a spot where we could punch through. I think staff said that they were looking into that and would get back to us.
Yeah, so maybe a follow-up on that is probably the best way to proceed. Mr. Webb, thanks for your many years of service to our nation, and thanks for keeping us honest. Yeah, I really appreciate the respectful conversation. And even if we don't agree, there's always a lot that we do agree on, and I think that's been well presented. So thank you so much, and Godspeed.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Sullivan, anything? All right. Safe travels, Mr. Webb. We're going to move along to our first presentation. Item E, first presentation is going to be File of Life Initiative by Commissioner Carney. She's going to give us a presentation. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning. My name is Kim Carney. I live in Flagler Beach. I represent District 3 on the Board of County Commissioners. So I buried my mom this weekend, so it's a little raw, so bear with me. I'm going to give you a little introduction to how this initiative got started, and then we're going to talk with Rob, my main guy, and it'll all come together for you. So Mom was 92. She lived a wonderful life. She had no ailments. She had COPD, minimal. She lived across the street, and we chose to live close as she aged. And she got dementia. So the dementia, and I was determined to hold on to it and keep her there, and I did everything I could, so I kept her home. We had home health aides, we did what we could. So on October 29th, one of her aides called over and said, look, Kim, something's going on. This isn't our usual COPD thing. Something's bad. So EMS had been to her house 3 times in 2025, so I figured, well, I'm just going to do the 911 thing and go see Mom. So I ran across the street, and there she was struggling bad, real bad, clenching her chest. Please help me, Kim. Those were her last words. Please help me. 911, here we come. Well, we had taken care of everything during COVID, right? So Mom was secluded. We were all secluded. We got the trust. We got the living will. We got the power of attorney, surrogate health care. We had that binder just as big as it could be. Well, comes time for the EMS to arrive. They asked me all the questions, and they looked up at me and said, has she ever been intubated? I said, oh, no, she does not want anything. She's a DNR. She's okay with, going the way she wants to go. She's a nurse. She told me, don't pound on my chest, don't do any of that stuff. So I figured at 92, she had the right to say what she wanted. So she got in the ambulance and coded, and they brought her back with CPR and on the vent, intubation. So we got to the hospital, and they took her in one entrance. I had to go in the other entrance, and eventually the doctor came through and said that she was on a vent. And I freaked out, and I said, look, I told them, no vent. She wants to go peacefully. And they said, Mrs. Carney, there's nothing we could do. This is an EMS requirement. You didn't have the right form. So you can imagine how I felt. I didn't have this form. I had everything. I thought I had this thing locked in, but I didn't have this form. So my mom struggled for almost an hour until I could go home and get all the medical stuff. And I went to see her. She's trying to pull out the vent. She's crying. It was horrible. It was just a bad experience. Look, DNR order is not for everybody. I get that. You want to save as many lives. My husband's his whole professional career was saving lives with EMS and the defibrillator, and I lived all that. It was my mom, and I knew what she wanted. So why did I fail at communicating that to the people that were going to come and help her? So I met with Chief Tucker at Flagler County, as you all know, is the provider of EMS throughout the whole county. So I figured anything we did locally would spread throughout the whole county. So I met with Chief Tucker, and he said, let's reinvent the File of Life. Is an old initiative back in the 80s, Vial of Life. So why don't we reinvent that and call it the File of Life? And I'm going to show you the video that we did for promotion, and then Rob is going to talk to you a little bit about what Flagler County is calling the File of Life. I just want to say thank you to the citizens of Palm Coast. If you're watching, we're here for you. Our community paramedics are here for you. And I just don't want anyone to be traumatized the way my mom was over a yellow form, which is going to become very significant in just a minute.
Hi, I'm Kim Carney, Flagler County Board of County Commissioners, District 3. I'm here today with county paramedics.
I'm Rob Barrett, Flagler County Fire Rescue Community Paramedic.
Hi, I'm Tracy Farmer, Flagler County Fire Rescue Community Paramedic.
We're here today to talk about a very important initiative. This initiative is called the File of Life.
The information in a File of Life packet is crucial to paramedics at the time of an emergency. It has a health profile, and it also contains a DNR if that is your directives.
Believe it or not, this information is super important for us as paramedics arriving on scene. If we encounter somebody or a patient that is unconscious or does not have somebody at the residence that knows their pertinent medical information, if they have this information filled out, put in their file of life, which is magnetic, and it goes on their refrigerator, we can automatically go to this information and we can see their past medical history. With this packet, there is also a sticker that you'll receive. It's just a little clear sticker that will go either on your front door or on a front window next to the door. And as we get on scene, we recognize that sticker and we know that this packet with all your information is in there.
We recommend that all residents get involved in this program, and here's how you can do that.
You can reach out to us, the community paramedic team here at Flagler County Fire Rescue. You can give us a call at our office. Its phone number is area code 386-313-4260. You can also go to our website at flaglercounty.gov/FCFR and click on the link that says important medical documentation, and it has all of the information there. When you do request it, we will actually deliver this to you, and you can have all of the information that we have, and we'll provide further instruction for it.
Hi.
Hi. Here's Rob. Come on over.
Good morning. My name is Rob Arrett. I'm a community paramedic with Flagler County Fire Rescue. I've been with Flagler County Fire Rescue for 22 years now, so been around the block a little bit. I want to thank Commissioner Carney and you all for hearing us out today about this initiative that we've started. Not started per se, but it's more of a reinvention. And as Commissioner Carney stated, this was actually a program that started back in 1989 out in California. It's called the Vial of Life. Back then, you know, us older folk that have been in the emergency services for a while, we used to know that you'd get a Vial of Life sticker, it would go on your window or front door of the home. And then that would mean that we would know to go look inside your refrigerator, not for treats, while we're there trying to, to treat you, but we're looking for a medicine bottle that has your medical information on it, medications, allergies, things like that. So we would go into the refrigerator, look for the medicine bottle, and then we would have that. Well, what we've found is over the years with the changing of the guard per se from the old timers like me to the newer generation, this information has gotten lost. So it's either a lack of our communicating on all this information and things like that, or as we felt it was just something that needed to be reinvented, made an update. So what we've done with this is we've actually created the packet. It's called the Vial of Life, or the File of Life, I'm sorry. You will reach out to me or my partner Tracy at the community paramedic team. As soon as you do that, we will get your information and we will actually hand deliver these packets out to you. That way we can answer any questions that may arise whenever we go and do these kind of things, because everybody always has some kind of questions. So, and in this packet, you'll get a door sticker. The video is it looks white, but when you peel the backing off of it, it's actually clear. Has our Flagler County Fire Rescue logo on it, and underneath it says Flagler County Fire Rescue File of Life. So you'll get this. This goes on your front door. You get the magnetic envelope. We've made it real big and obtrusive, so it'll go on your refrigerator. We all have magnets and things like that our grandkids give us and kids give us. That I still got Disney magnets on my refrigerator, but I still have room for this. And it's just an envelope, opens up, magnetic, like I said, goes right on your fridge. You'll also get your health profile. This is everything that we would need to know as first responders. If you're incapacitated or if somebody's there and you don't know, they don't know your medical history, things like that. Emergency contact information, medications, medical history, allergies. Do you have a DNR? Do you have a living will? Has all of that information on it. And for people like me, plenty of room on the back to add more if you need to. So, when we arrive on scene as first responders, we see this sticker. We know this sticker indicates that there's one of these on your refrigerator. You're incapacitated. I have your medical information. Okay? Now, as what happened with Commissioner Carney, is that if you have a living will, advance directives, those are great, but they don't mean anything to us as first responders. The living will, the advance directives are great in a hospital setting, hospice, things like that. But as first responders, if you have a living will that says do not resuscitate, unless it is on a yellow printed piece of paper from the Department of Health, State of Florida Department of Health, signed by your physician. Not everybody can just sign these up. You know, I have kits like this at my house because my wife has ALS, so I have kits like these. She's like, oh, good, I can fill one of these out for you. I'm like, no, that's not how this works. So it has to be filled out by your physician. And as Commissioner Carney stated, we're not pushing this issue. But if you have a living will that has do not resuscitate orders in it, this is something to think about for when first responders arrive on scene. Because if you do not have this, even though you have your living will, we are bound by state and federal law to do everything in our power to attempt to resuscitate you. So, inside this folder will be this information. And we know it all there because of this sticker and everything else. The other thing that we are telling people that, you know, a lot of people have prepaid funeral services. If you have prepaid funeral services and you have a DNR, so when I arrive on scene, if, God forbid, anything has happened to anybody, and you have one of these, okay, I'm not going to resuscitate you. That means you're going to die right there. But if you have your prepaid funeral services, put a photocopy of that in here as well. Because that way, when law enforcement gets on scene, they're just not calling the coroner that's on rotation. You'll actually be able to say, okay, hey, I'm going to Lomans, or I'm going to Craig, or I'm, you know, that kind of thing. And it's just not the regular rotation from law enforcement. So we're asking people to put a copy, not the actual paperwork for your funeral arrangements, but have that copy in there as well. Did I miss anything?
Nope, you got it. One last, just for government sake, we did have a Senate bill and a up in Tallahassee. The other problem in the system is not all healthcare systems can communicate with each other. So the question my husband asked before his doctor signed his was, is this doctor's office talking to the local hospital, or is there a way to link this information? Certain healthcare systems have a linkage. We don't have that here locally, so it's another reason why we need to be ahead of it. But we predict that, and Chief Tucker has mentioned it and got involved in the legislation. I don't know why it didn't pass, but this way you can initiate your own DNR, do not resuscitate, and it will be put into the computer system at all healthcare systems. So we're working on a universal concept. It's just not here yet. So I don't know why it didn't pass. I'll look into that for next session, but for right now, this is all we have. So thank you for your time.
I forgot to mention the cost.
Oh yeah, we forgot. It's free. It's free. We do not mail them. We do want to deliver them to the home in case anybody has any questions on how to actually put that together. So anyway, you'll see it. We're hitting up doctors' offices, lawyers. I mean, lawyers, I just needed my lawyer to say, you know, you want a DNR, great. Here's the paper that you need filled out. So we're doing some work. Hopefully we can get your support, and just so that you know what's going on. We know it's not for everybody, but when the time comes, we want to do the right thing. Any questions about the program?
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the council?
I don't have any questions, but I did condolences again to your mother. This would have been great for me and my family, so thank you for this. Really appreciate it.
Anyone else, council?
I had one question. It's, I'm a ill time right here, but, and had used EMS services myself. I had a strange thing happen this weekend. My neighbor told me there was a couple from my church who was in Athens, Greece, and the husband had a terrible stroke, apparently, and is in intensive care over there. And the husband had done everything for the family. The wife is there, but credit card is not usable. The husband's face was distorted, so his facial recognition on his phone doesn't work, that kind of thing. So my question is this. In this case, if they had this packet at their home back here, at least call EMS, at least you could get some information about, might be helpful to use overseas, where they have the medical records and all that. So I was just wondering, is that a possibility in a situation? It's a very unusual situation. I was just wondering, maybe that might help.
That is an unusual thing, and it would be something that, the authorities over there would have to call over to Flagler County and get with the sheriff's office in order for them to make entry into the home. It's not something a fire rescue would do. We're just not going to go break into somebody's home that way. But law enforcement could go if they have next of kin over here, they could do that, accompany them and things like that. This information will not carry across overseas, though. This DNR information, this DNR is only here for the state of Florida. Like if you go to New Jersey, it has to be on a blue piece of paper, if I'm not mistaken.
Massachusetts, it's pink. I mean, everybody's got a certain color. We don't know what's all behind that.
The state of Tennessee doesn't even recognize this. So there's a lot of different things.
Yeah, I'm not, it's a great program.
A copy of that will stay in the doctor's office. So when you fill that out in front of your doctor, they're required to keep a copy of it in your record, because again, that was another thing that was missing. They had all the living will stuff, but they didn't have the form. So, yeah, I don't know how it would cross continent. I don't
Yes,
know.
I mean, if their local authorities over there wanted to make contact with our local authorities in order to make entry into the residence, there would be I'm sure there's some kind of accommodation that could be met for that.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
My condolences, Kim, and but thanks both of you for your leadership on this issue. It's so important. Even when you think you've got everything planned the best way, there's always something, and you've identified something that I think all of us should consider if that's your choice. So really appreciate your leadership on this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner, thank you so much for coming and bringing this to our attention. Ms. Kershaw, if we could get something on social media, try to promote it so people that need it can get it from you guys. And my condolences also. My mother had a DNR, and she passed away during COVID. And just imagine, I was her healthcare surrogate. I'm here in Florida. My mom's up in North Carolina, and having to go through that, it's hard. Say again?
It's a different color piece of paper.
I'm sure it is, but I let the doctor know up front because I knew the progression of the virus and what was going to happen, and it was hard. But it's even harder when you're 800 miles away, 600 miles away. So thank you guys so very much for coming in, and we'll get it up on our website and our Facebook.
Thank you. Have a
Thank you,
blessed day.
Commissioner.
Kim, I just wanted to say thank you. Thanks for telling your story as well. It's important.
We're going to move on to our second presentation, which is an overview of property taxes in the trim. Ms. Ragsdale and Ms. Helena. Good morning, ladies.
Mayor and City Council. Gwen Ragsdale. I'm joined here today by Raylene Bowman and Helena Alves. We are here to provide an overview of property taxes and the truth in millage trim process. Our goal is to provide background information in advance of the general fund presentation on July 14th and the July 21st presentation regarding the proposed maximum millage rate. With that, I will turn it over to Raylene to begin the presentation.
The truth in millage or trim process establishes statutory requirements that all taxing authorities must follow when levying a millage. These requirements are designed to ensure full disclosure of proposed tax rates and the resulting tax amounts before taxes are levied. As a part of the process, the City of Palm Coast submits required documents to the Florida Department of Revenue for review to verify compliance with trim requirements. Once compliance is confirmed, the city receives a letter of certification. It is important to note that all taxing authorities in Florida are required to follow the same trim rules and timelines. This is a look at the trim timeline, which is established by the Florida Department of Revenue. By June 1st, the property appraiser provides an estimate of the total assessed value of all non-exempt property. This has been received by the city, and we will review the information later in the presentation. By July 1st, the property appraiser will certify the taxable value, and within 35 days of the value certification, the current year's proposed maximum millage rate must be set. On July 21st, Council will adopt the maximum millage rate. As a reminder, the assessed millage can be reduced but cannot be increased after this point. The process for determining property taxes involves 3 agencies: the property appraiser, the tax collector, and the city. The property appraiser is responsible for the assessed value, which determines the base for the calculation. There are several exemptions that are available to residents, and the applicability of an exemption is determined by the property appraiser's office. The net of the assessed value less exemptions represents the taxable value. City Council determines the millage or tax rate, and the millage rate multiplied by that taxable value gives us the ad valorem tax amount. The third agency involved is the tax collector, which is responsible for collecting taxes from residents and distributing them to the various taxing districts, including the City of Palm Coast. The trim notice or notice of property taxes form DR 474 is sent out by the property appraiser's office. This is a sample of the trim notice for a property with a taxable value of approximately $100,000. The city's portion represents $364 of the total property taxes of $1,726. There are several other agencies that levy taxes in Flagler County, such as the Board of County Commissioners and the School Board. Also on the slide list when public hearings and where it will be held for each taxing authority. I will now turn it over to Quinn.
So now we'll transition to the general fund millage rate and property tax history. So this chart shows 10 years of historical value trends in property values, millage rate, receipts collected, and population growth. The fiscal year 2027 population estimate is 118,188 that was provided by the city's Community Development Department. The fiscal year 2027 property values are based on the preliminary taxable certification received from the property appraiser's office on June 1st. We will receive the final certified values on July 1st and will provide an update to City Council during the July budget presentation. Based on the preliminary certification, assessed taxable value is projected to increase by 3.58% over fiscal year 2026. The increase for new construction is approximately 4.83%, meaning that current properties experienced a decrease in taxable value of 1.25%. As shown on the chart, maintaining the current fiscal year 2026 millage rate of 4.0893 mills would generate approximately $44.7 million in ad valorem tax revenues, representing only an increase of $1.5 million over the current fiscal year. New construction is estimated to generate approximately $2 million of the total ad valorem tax revenue. Developing the fiscal year 2027 budget to meet community needs will be particularly challenging this year since we are not experiencing the same level of growth in revenue as in previous years. We are already reviewing budget requests with the respective directors and the city manager to determine the implications of this reduction. We will have a detailed budget presentation to council on July 14th after we receive the final values from the property appraiser's office. We have faced similar challenges in the past and will continue to focus our mission of delivering exceptional services by making citizens our priority. Like many of our peers, we are closely monitoring the constitutional amendment related to homestead exemptions and ad valorem taxes that will appear on the ballot in November. There are many unknowns, but we will update council and the public as new information is available. We are working with the property appraiser on the fiscal impacts to our community. Ad valorem taxes are the primary revenue source for the general fund. For fiscal year 2026, projected ad valorem revenue accounts for 63% of the total general fund revenues, while state revenues account for approximately 15%. As shown on this chart, the largest share, approximately 49%, is allocated to public safety, supporting both the fire department operations and the contract with the Flagler County Sheriff's Office. Public work receives approximately 16%, followed by community development at 14%. Parks maintenance accounts for approximately 7%, while Parks and Recreation and Administration will receive approximately 6%, with the remainder for the community redevelopment area. Residents interested in viewing a personalized breakdown of how their property taxes are distributed can visit our website at the address on the bottom of the slide on the finance page.
Can I just jump in real quick? So this is a really good resource. So you can put in your address basically, and it'll bring up your tax contribution to the city of Palm Coast, and then it breaks down each of the departments and what amount of your total is going to each department of what you paid in, specifically for your property. So thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, next. This chart compares the millage rate of Florida cities that have a population between 95,000 to 120,000 residents. The data was compiled using the Florida Department of Revenue and the Office of Economic and Demographic Research. Currently, there are 12 Florida cities within this population range, and among these cities, Palm Coast has the third lowest millage rate. It is important to note that this is not a direct apples-to-apples comparison. While population size provides a useful benchmark, each community has unique service levels, operational structures, and revenue sources, and funding responsibilities. As a result, millage rates can vary significantly on the services provided and the needs of each community.
Can I jump in on this one too? I've done extensive research on how we compare to other cities. One thing I will note in this is that some of these cities also have additional debt service millage rates that are also at play that lift what their residents pay even higher. For instance, just like the first one I double checked because I remembered it slightly different on the next slide, I believe there'll be locals. And Ormond, for instance, has a debt service millage rate that's not included in what's displayed on the screen. So some of these are actually even higher than what they're displayed. Just wanted to point that out.
So next, this chart compares the millage rate of Palm Coast and our neighboring cities and counties. As shown, Palm Coast has the second lowest millage rate among the jurisdictions included in this comparison, while serving one of the largest populations in the group. As with previous comparisons, this is not a direct apples-to-apples analysis. However, the comparison does provide useful context regarding Palm Coast millage rate relative to other local governments in our region. This illustration offers a reminder of how each property tax dollar is distributed among the various taxing authorities. Of every dollar collected, approximately 45 cents goes to Flagler County, 29 cents goes to the school board, and 23 cents to the city of Palm Coast. The remaining 3 cents is distributed among other taxing authorities. This allocation is determined by the millage rates established by each taxing authority and helps illustrate the city's share of the overall property tax bill paid by the residents. This is a timeline and highlights the key milestones the city's budget process. So in July, budget workshops and the adoption of the tentative millage rate. August will be our capital budget and the final proposed budget. And then in September, we will hold our 2 public hearings. This completes our presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the council? Go right ahead.
Good morning, ladies. Thank you for the presentation and the analysis. And so as we look at, we had a presentation from Mr. Cody recently on, some of the challenges we have with our roads and, the shortfall there and some of the prioritizations that we're going to have to look at as we go through this budget process. So we know that the overall, the home values, the taxable home values have gone down, and you said 1.25%, okay, as a combination going into fiscal year 27. My assumption is that if this amendment gets passed by, by the voters in Florida, that will take effect in fiscal year 28.
Correct.
Okay, and so, I guess the question here is, to the council and also to staff, what are the things we can get done while we have the resources to do it and execute? But then what does prudent planning look like for, the first phase of that, amendment being that the homestead exemption will go up to, what is it, 150,000 for the first year, then 250, and then, we'll figure out what the rest of it looks like from there. And what's the impact? Have we done any analysis? I know you said you're working with our property appraiser, but have we done any analysis to see the impact of homestead exemptions here within the city and where that places our budget situation as we look, in the out years to fiscal year 28 and beyond? I'm going back to my old Pentagon days, right, where we did the 5-year program, memorandum, and just trying to see what the funding looks like. So we can, see what we can get done here in the near term, but also understand and plan that those dollars aren't going to be there. And then, what do we do to make up that shortfall? And what is the state going to do to help us make up that shortfall? So kind of a long-winded question, but just trying to think through this. And I think it'd be helpful for us to, I know you're starting the analysis, but that planning is going to be very important for us in this budget cycle as we try to plan and prioritize out.
Sorry. Yes, absolutely. So many, just like our peers, there are many unknowns at this point, but we have started our communications with the property appraiser. Hopefully, we'll have numbers for you when we come back for our July presentation of what the total impact is. So far, we received the reduction on the increase in the homestead exemption to 150, a reduction in revenue, but we're still pending the information on the cap increase in non-homesteaded properties. So once we have all the information from the property appraiser, we'll present that to council.
Is that the 3%, or are you talking about the commercial cap that was reduced to 5%?
From 10 to 5%, yes. We still don't have those numbers. But hopefully we will by the time we come back into you in July. Yep.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Councilman Gambier?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, ladies.
Yes, Mr. Sullivan.
Thanks for the presentation. I would point out that even the amendment, to me, we know it's coming and it's going to be done, but the governor of the state yesterday put out a letter, and he's not happy with what the legislature did and did not sign off on it. And he had some specific thoughts concerning it that, to me, may throw some jeopardy into the whole process. I think we should, obviously, we need to plan ahead to a degree, but we'll know in November whether this amendment is going to pass or not. And I think that gives us time to adjust without, we need to be prepared. And there's some straightforward things on, percentage and numbers. But it's going to be interesting to see exactly what happens. But I thought it was interesting that the governor came forward with a letter yesterday, and he's not happy with the with the legislation and the amendment as written, which is significant to me.
Did that include, because I didn't see this, sorry, did that include the removal of the grant fund? Was that part of his
He
issue?
just said, I'm trying to remember exactly what it said, but he had some problems with the numbers and the fact that there was no special fund. Remember, there's supposed to be a special
Right.
fund set up to help cities if they get hit too hard on this. Well, the amendment doesn't cover any of that, and therefore there's some real.
Yeah, they removed that. They tiered it for 2 years instead of immediate for the 250. They broadened some language for usage of the remaining funds.
Right.
Before they had it fairly heavily restricted, or the governor presented as fairly heavily restricted to just public safety. So there's more administrative uses and things like that that are allowed based on the new legislation. But yeah, I know he's had his issues with the legislature in the past, so we'll see how that goes. I don't know if he's going to call another special session and tell him to fix it his way. Who knows? But either way, we've got to be ready because something is coming down the pipeline in terms of that. And so we've got to figure it out. That's our job. So the sooner we can get the information from you guys, the easier it is for us, so that we're not trying to make decisions on the go. We have time to think about it and be thoughtful about it. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the information and the presentation. I'm kind of looking at this a little bit differently. So yes, we could possibly have some changes coming as far as tax structure pursuant to the state and property taxes and all that. That aside, I still think we have some work to do based on our budget, based on the slowing of construction, based on the reduction in property values. I said it from this dais when I first actually got elected. I felt that this city was far too reliant on new construction and people moving to the city of Palm Coast kind of in droves post-COVID. And I said at that time that residential construction is not industry. And this is why I said that, because when you rely on residential construction as an industry, you all of a sudden, if you don't properly plan, get hit when you're not getting millions of dollars into your coffers from that new construction. I actually commend this council and the council in the last few, I would say since 2024, because we started to, I think, tighten the belt. I went back and I looked, and I would encourage council to do this because I think it gives a very good picture of kind of what happened since COVID, really. And I say that because I think it's important to kind of try to recognize how we can save and how we can move forward as an organization in a very fiscally responsible way. So I went back to the fiscal year 2021 budget, which for the residents, that means that it was the budget that was actually approved in 2020. And I went through all of our annual reports, what the chamber puts out, our financial reports, the annual budget report for fiscal year 2022 to 2023, which is like 300 pages, to try to figure out how did we grow so exponentially after COVID? What happened? Because prior to COVID, we had a budget that was about $15 to $20 million less a year. Well, I can tell you what happened. Post-COVID, we had a ton of people move here. We had a lot of new construction. And that 2021, when we got kind of an influx of revenue, you obviously, when you have a lot of people come, you have to provide for services for a lot more people. So we hired a lot of people. We grew a lot. Our budget grew. So between 2021 and fiscal year 2023, so the budgets that were approved in 2020, 2021, and 2022, our budget went up almost $11 million. That's a lot of money in a short period of time. Now, we didn't increase the tax rate, so the millage stayed the same, but because property values went up and because of new construction and new residents moving here, we got an influx of revenues. So rather than reducing taxes, rolling back at all, they kept the millage rate flat, and there were a lot of projects that were taken care of, and there were a lot of people that were hired. So my question for the council and for the staff is, I think that things have kind of started to level out. Now, we haven't gone down in population. We know that we've continued to increase, and we still have to provide a level of service for that increased population. But a lot of times when you get such a quick increase in population like that at such a fast clip, I think, and I see this in the private sector too, people kind of have a knee-jerk reaction, right? They hire, they increase resources very quickly because you've incurred a lot of people very quickly. So I think an analysis has to be done as to whether or not, now that things have started to level out, construction has started to slow, how big are we? And how big do we need to be? And I'm not talking about having mass layoffs or anything like that. What I'm saying is possibly a hiring freeze, looking at whether or not we need to hire new. I think we have a great organization. I look at can we go back to the money slide, as we call it, where the dollar bill shows how much we get? I have said every year, this slide is so important, and it irks me to my core. Because out of every ad valorem dollar coming, being taxed to our residents, we only get 23 cents of that, and that's actually gone down. It was 24 cents. So we get 23 cents, school board gets 29, and Flagler County gets 45 cents. I think that we run our city, which is 80% of the county, very well on 23 cents an ad valorem dollar, and I commend our staff for doing that. But we are now seeing a downturn in housing, a slowing of construction, and a lot of residents are very appreciative of that. And so I'm not complaining about that, but we have to adjust accordingly. So yes, I'm thinking about what's going on in Tallahassee, but putting that aside, I think it's still incumbent upon us to react appropriately to the overall economic environment that we find ourselves in. So to that end, I'm a solution-oriented person, and when I'm looking at this year's budget, there's a few things from staff that I would like to see, and I think that all of council should be privy to this information. So rather than me asking for it in one-on-ones and it not possibly being shared with everybody up here, this is what I would like to see, whether it's at the next meeting or whether it's at our July 14th budget workshop, whenever you all find to be appropriate, or even if it's circulated via email. I actually think that would be best if possible. I'd like to see the following. I'd like to know, with regards to the Holland Park settlement monies, I'd like a full breakdown of where those monies are and how they're proposed to be allocated. I'd like the appropriated fund balance breakdown, how much is in the appropriated fund balance and what are the items that make up the appropriated fund balance. I'd like to know what is in our reserves, how much, and for how long does that amount support the organization. I'd also like that to be compared to what our policy for our reserves states. And I'd like that as far as both the amount and how much time we would like our reserves to support us. And I know that we're a little bit different because we're considered a coastal city, so I do want to take that into consideration, but I'd like that information. And then the last thing, I'd like to know whether we have any current ongoing programs that were once paid for through grants that we're no longer receiving grant monies for. So in other words, those monies are having to come from other funds. So if that information could please be provided, I think that'll help us figure out, regardless of what Tallahassee decides, that'll help us achieve a balanced budget. That information will be helpful. Thank you.
Anything else from the council? I was speaking with the city manager and the attorney yesterday, and I got them a shell, and it's for a resolution, and it's for the city council for austerity budget resolution. And we have to work out the kinks in it and go through and see what's applicable for us. But our residents want to know what steps we are taking. And I think you're on the right path there, Vice Mayor. With this resolution, if we can craft it right, that'll provide everybody in the community what the city is doing regarding budget. Because this is, I think one article mentioned something about local leaders are panicking. Well, you kind of panic when you could lose almost all your revenue that is coming into the city. So Marcus is going to continue working on that. Hopefully we can get it to us as a council as a whole. and let the community know what we're doing.
Just real quick on that, just a friendly reminder, when you guys are working on this budget, like, unfortunately, your powers are limited. So you can make recommendations to Mr. McLaughlin on how things should be changed or how the structure of the city should change in a shortfall with this property tax bill. But your powers of the city council are limited to approving a budget and making recommendations. When it comes to any type of position or employee or anything like that, that stays with Mr. McLaughlin as the city manager. Just want to make sure everyone is tracking that.
Certainly, but he serves at our pleasure, so.
Correct, yes, of course, yeah, you know, it's a recommendation, he takes the recommendation, you guys go with that.
So just to be clear about all of that.
Yeah.
And I don't think we have that problem, but, you know, our powers are limited, but they're not limited to that, so.
And I'd also, and on social media, I've already said it, I think, to me personally, I think we should go shoot for a full rollback because we got to start prepping now. We can't wait to see what's going to happen in Tallahassee because the chances of people voting to get rid of their property tax is going to happen, and it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt us, our city especially, because we're a 90-10 city. So, and when I say 90-10, I mean 90% of our ad valorem comes from residential housing, 10% from industry and commercial. So Marcus is going to keep working on that, and the city manager fitted in what we need to do to let the residents know what's going on in our city this budget cycle. And it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt a lot. You had something, Councilman?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I agree with your kind of strategy and laying that out, Vice Mayor. Those are all the near-term things we need to tackle. I mean, these are the things that we're in control, you know, and the additional analysis we look forward to seeing is something that we got to kind of wait and see. But, you know, I think we can get some, you know, how many homestead homes do we have? How many would that impact? I mean, we can do some basic blocking and tackling. But in the near term, I think the Holland Park Settlement Reserve Fund, these are all points of analysis. I'm not quite sure we need a resolution to highlight a budget process that we already do. I mean,
well, a lot of the work is already happening now. Behind the scenes, it's happening now. But it's putting down what we expect to happen in the city. And we can go through it. And the bottom line is we cut first before we come up with any other taxing, any other revenue sources, say like the fire service that's in our SAP. I don't see that happening until we iron out, we get through this budget cycle and see what happens with what's going to happen with the ballot. And I mentioned it to Marcus and Mike that you don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul. Go from ad valorem to all these other fees. I'm not in favor of that. The state is doing this for a reason, because we have to be more conservative in the way we govern our city.
So if I can just nail it down, it sounds like what you're, to use a military term, you're wanting to put out, you know, as a council command guidance for the budget.
Yeah, like we're going to have to do a troop the task for our staff.
Okay, so you want to issue guidance on the budget process. Now, I know the city manager's already put out his initial budget guidance moving forward, but okay, well, I think we can look at that. I don't know how that will impact the overall budget process, but I think it's, you know, we all, you know, have our priorities and certainly have our concerns and throughout the budget process, and we'll lay that out. But city manager, any thoughts on that?
I
The
have
impacts of council given command guidance, if you would, on the budget process.
No, of course not. You know, with both myself and the city attorney serving at the city council's leisure and pleasure, we definitely appreciate when we get firm guidance as far as to what is to be done. I do have full confidence in this team as far as process. I think they've deserved the recognition of their past work and how they managed our money and how they developed processes and followed processes. But of course, things that need to be looked at closer that the council would like us to put special emphasis on, of course. But I do have full faith in the processes that are here. If not, we would not be in the good financial position that we are.
Okay. Well, Mr. Mayor, I was just trying to clarify what you were trying to do with the resolution, and to me, it went back to, you know, issuing guidance as a council for the budget process, so they have they have a clear pathway on doing the analysis and laying everything out. Okay, thank you.
I just want to clarify one thing as well. So to be fair, I do want to point out, because we had on the pie chart, it showed that 49% between fire and police is what our general fund goes to. In fiscal year 23, that number was at 37%. In fiscal year 24, it jumped to 45%. So when we're looking at, kind of what the prioritization, how it's changed from last council to this council, I think we heard from the sheriff's office that there were some dire needs. They were way behind, like 30 plus deputies. So we've tackled that issue, I think, very responsibly. But now, if you look at fiscal year 23, we're now in fiscal year 26, and we've gone up 12%, which is a lot of money. And I think it's money well spent. I think, public safety, for a bevy of reasons, has to be a priority for a community, and I'll continue to make it a priority. But I think it's fair to put that out there, since I, made a point that the budget has increased. I do want to be very fair and say that a lot of that has gone to public safety, which I think our community cares very deeply about as well. The last thing I will say is, I understand your point, Mayor, about robbing Peter to pay Paul, but I also think that there's something to be said for dedicated revenue sources. And I think that that's a good thing for two reasons. One, there are sources of monies that are being missed out on because of certain exemptions and things like that from taxpayers who still use the services. That would be paying into those coffers if there is a dedicated funding source. But two, for transparency purposes, when you have certain monies coming in for something and certain monies coming out for something, I think it's better for the residents, because they know exactly what's coming in and exactly what's going out, and it's for that same thing, rather than a property tax that is going into a general fund, which I think a lot of people really have an issue with, because they say, well, it's just free, it's just kind of a free-for-all in the general fund, right? And we could really use it for anything we want. Matter of fact, there was a millage that was dedicated towards stormwater for a long time, even though we have stormwater as an enterprise fund. So I do think there's something to be said for at least considering those options, because it does provide for that transparency. But I hear you as far as, whatever restructure needs to occur.
Thank you. Councilman?
Just wanted to, I support, all of this in terms of looking more closely at what we need to cut and figure out to be in a good spot moving forward. I did want to add, I don't know how accurate this is, because it was tweeted out by some other public official in the state of Florida, but I did see a list of municipalities by percentage of homestead, and Palm Coast was at the top of that list in terms of the percentage. So on top of already being 90+% reliant on residential property taxes, most of those properties are homesteaded as well. So this exemption will hit us harder than perhaps the communities that this legislation is actually targeted at. And so that's an unfortunate byproduct, which I think is why the governor wanted to put in these, the grant fund and things like that, to kind of backstop some communities that will be hit harder through no fault of their own. And so we may have more to look at than some of the other cities that do have a lot of, ancillary fees and revenue sources and things like that they generate. Cities like Tampa and Orlando, most of their budget is other things besides millage, right? It's not the case for us, so we'll have to figure it out.
Yeah, and for the community at large, this is our budget at a glance right here, and I can't say that the city's done everything it should be doing, going back in time, but I can tell you, if you just can look at a chart, you can see that our millage has gone down or stayed flat over the last 5 years. So I think we're trying to be responsible, and we're going to continue to do the right thing. But we can't control Tallahassee, and we can't control the electorate. So we're going to have to see what happens with this amendment. But we have to plan. I've spent my career planning worst case scenario. That's been my job my entire career, was planning for worst case scenario. And that's exactly what we have to do right now. Anything else from the council? Good. Been said and said.
I just want to make sure direction, Ms. Pontieri's requesting those documents. There's no other direction other than that right now
They
from the city
continue to
council.
Work on the resolution, the austerity resolution.
So I would need a little direction on what you guys want for that.
Well, I gave you the shell.
Yeah.
If you can get us a draft, give me a draft where everything is plugged in for our city.
Do we have consensus on that?
I think we did.
I'd like to see it. I don't even know what we're talking about, so.
I think the budget now is going to be so important. We really have to go through it carefully, that anything we do to make that process better, I would agree with that.
Yeah, I think for clarity on the resolution, it should be the City of Palm Coast City Council, budget guidance, just straightforward. And, if it's wrapped up in a resolution, great.
But that's basically what it is. It's a step-by-step on what we should be doing. And a lot of it's out there right now. You can see people are posting stuff. This is a very big conversation throughout the state. Everybody's talking about it, and everybody has their opinions on what needs to happen. But we have to take those steps.
Sorry, not trying to be difficult here. I need a little more direction, just budget guidance. So like, what is this council looking for? Like for the city to save money? Like, if I'm drafting this, I want to make sure my billable hours are not being wasted on something that I don't know what this direction is.
One thought you might think, the old zero-based budgeting process. In other words, you start from zero.
Well, why don't I assume that the shell has some of these guidelines within it, right, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So why don't we distribute it?
Core service, let me go through them real quick. Core service priorities, administrative austerity measures effective FY 2027, and it goes down, Section 3, infrastructure, operations, austerity, roads, all that is laid out in here. User fee shift, if we have to do that, contracts, procurement, debt growth, reporting, all those things as guidance as what we're expecting going into this budget cycle.
Like a checklist?
Yes.
I'm fine with
And the troop to task, really, Councilman Gambaro, you know about it. When it comes, I don't know how many people have gone through stuff like this, but I remember back in the 90s during the Clinton administration, we, as a military example, General, first sergeants and commanders in the motor pool turning wrenches to get their vehicles ready for DRF-1 because all their infantry guys are out doing expert infantry evaluations and stuff like that. Because you've got to troop the task, because when it comes down to it, who's going to be doing those jobs? How are you going to distribute that, to get things done? And that's what we have to do. Staffing levels, all those things are going to have to be looked at. And
Does that answer your question? Not really.
and the city manager said,
How about just roll out? the
It's
draft
part of the
document?
annual budget process that we need to do every single year. I mean, nothing really changes this particular year, except for we just need to be very sharp with our pencil and very open-minded with what we need to do. This is another budget year. We'll get through
I'll
it.
work with the city manager and we'll get something for you guys to review.
okay, thank you, sir. Anything else from the council? Marcus, did we need to open this up for public comment or continue on?
Public comment, please.
We will open this up for public comment. Does anyone have any public comments concerning the trim overview? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. We're going to move on to presentation 3, proposed amendment to Chapter 2, review authority, enforcement, and procedures. Any of you guys get that survey last night? I didn't get it. Tracy got it. I didn't get it.
You got it?
You got it? I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out who's sending those out.
Yeah, me too.
Well, they got me back in what, February, March? Good morning, gentlemen. You're all hopped up on caffeine, ready to roll?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Fong Wing, Planning Manager. So the next 5 items is essentially one item. Those are the remaining chapters of the Land Development Code that we are proposing for amendment. And it had been through public hearing through the planning board, and we received very few comments back from the public and also from the planning board. So with that, I would like to ask that we present all 5, and then you can we open up for public comment, if that's okay with you.
That's the way we're going to roll. Mr.
Okay,
Fong.
thank you.
Can I just add one thing for the public? So when it comes to specific projects, we get tons of feedback, right? For specific projects and why this is good, bad, we don't want it. This is the framework for how all of that works. And as long as the applicants are within that framework, then it makes it very difficult for this board to deny projects on the basis of we don't want it, because it meets all the requirements of our land development code. So this is the time to be particularly interested in what's going on, because this kind of defines everything else that happens within the city. And I know it's a lot, right? It's a broad amount of information, but for those specific projects that we get this very pointed feedback from our residents about, this is what defines whether those are legal projects and can move forward. And especially with the state continuing to expand administrative approvals and things of that nature on the basis of whether those projects meet our LDC. It's yet another thing that sometimes it doesn't even come before the board if it meets the LDC. So the LDC is very important in anything that ever happens in terms of development within Palm Coast. So just wanted to point that out.
Yes, thank you. So that's my understanding as well, is that in the LDC, any regulations that the city wants to allow or restrict, it needs to be in the LDC. So this is the Chapter 2, Review Authority, Enforcement, and Procedures. So the amendments are based primarily on recent adoption of the comprehensive plan last year, May of last year, implement a goal, objective, and a policy. And also to clarify the intent of the regulation, to update references to Florida statute or agencies, and address any ongoing or repetitive issue. We want to make that clarification. So for the remainder of the other 4 chapters, will follow a similar objective. First off, section 2.0202, this is the relating to the powers and duties of the PLDRB. We changed to update reference to the correct chapter of Florida statute. Table 2.1, this table is about development order approval. So amendments are to clarify the terms used and to provide consistency with changes to Florida statute regarding review of plats. I just want to also say that you have been all provided with strike through and underlined version, the detail of each chapter. Yeah. So section 2.0502A provides additional guidance regarding the neighborhood meeting. So we basically want to have it standardized and spelled out, provide procedure for waiver of meeting, provide minimum time for mailing of notice, since we recently experienced that the U.S. Postal Office doesn't have that capacity like before, that you can mail it today and the next day you receive it. So we make that change. Provide guidance for date and time of meeting. Provide deadline for submitting meeting summary from the applicant. Section 2.0503, this is a public hearing notice requirements. So in this section, including table 2.2, are intended to provide clarity and a more coordinated schedule for public hearing notice requirements. We received some public comments relating to the schedule of neighborhood meetings and public hearings like in a very short time, and they didn't have an opportunity to arrange in order to be there. Section 2.0504, this is the review procedures. Review procedures are necessitated by changes in Florida statute regarding development review deadlines. This was initiated by approved by Senate Bill 1080. That it provides guidelines on how we process application. Section 2.0507, we basically removes the inconsistency within the section. Amendments to 2.0702, this is makes special exceptions, the process through which prohibited uses may receive consideration and additional amendments for clarification. For example, there was an application relating to asphalt plants. It requires a supermajority, but it didn't spell out which process it needs to go through for that type of application. So we clarify that. In section 2.0802, consistent with Florida statute on plat. So now, basically, as you're aware, final plats does not go through city council approval anymore. But staff, as each time that we approve it, we provide a report to city council. And then amendment to section 2.14.01F, basically this is to clarify expiration of development agreement as part of an MPD. And section 2.1703, it reiterates that unbinding lots cannot create a non-conforming. So we often have seen this, and we inspect the unbinding lots. This has recently came in a lot to the city that they do unbinding lots, I believe, because due to the escalation of the price of each lot, so they unbind that, but we want to make sure that when they unbind it, it doesn't make a non-conforming lot. And with that, we presented to PODRB, like I had stated earlier, April 15, suggestion to reword some proposed amendments, which will incorporate all of that at the LDC wrap-up to City Council, and providing additional guidelines for neighborhood meeting. They suggest that at the neighborhood meeting, the applicant needs to provide audio-visual equipment, because we attended the neighborhood meeting and there was no audio, no visual equipment at all for the neighborhood. Over 100 neighbors attended. And then so we make that change online, if they could provide online attendance option where they can stream in, go through that. And we require 2 neighborhood meetings. So with those are the suggestions for chapter 2. And for all the other remaining 4 chapters, we'll go through the same process, which is next steps. If you have any additional questions on proposed amendments, provide that to us. Other potential amendments from the board. And we will present the LDC wrap-up in July, and then we'll have the first reading in August to you. And so we're gonna look at the wrap-up for City Council is July 14. And the planning board, basically adoption of that is July 15, the day after. And with that, if you have any questions.
Councilman Sullivan had a question.
Yeah, just in my experience in the last 10 years, I see we're making what changes are we're making to the special exceptions? It seems to me that's one of the things that always causes concern on a lot of projects where people are going in for a special exception. So what change are we making? Or can you just summarize that quickly, what the change is there?
The special exception is that it is in the code already. And for example, the asphalt cement plan that was proposed is basically, it requires supermajority and require a recommendation from the planning board, but there was no process for them to go through. So we basically had to create a process for them to go through that, because in the code.
Process not changing the.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. But that is, as you know, that always seems to me to be a hang-up a lot of times.
If I could piggyback and help clarify Mr. Wynn's answer, Michael Hansen, Community Development for the record. For special exceptions in Chapter 2, the process for special exceptions as is not changing. It's only adding that process as special exception for when an applicant's trying to consider a use that's considered a prohibited use within our LDC. But with the added stop that in that capacity, if it's a prohibited use, since it requires supermajority of city council, the planning board then acts as a provides a recommendation before it goes on to city council for final determination in prohibited use. But for the special exceptions that aren't prohibited uses, that power is, for approval is still vested with the planning board.
Mr. Mayor, a quick question. How does that play out with what Councilman Miller asked about last week with regards to data centers?
Yeah, we heard that, and then part of that will be presented in the next PowerPoint presentation. We included the discussion from City Council last Tuesday, and so we included that. And so our proposal basically is that any data center will come in, it will have to go through a special exception and with supermajority, and it will go to City Council for adoption to allow that use. So basically, right now, we're proposing that it is a prohibited use in all categories, except that it will allow in IND 1 and 2 with basically the supermajority by the board. So
Okay.
that's our recommendation.
Just for clarity, right now, I believe it's COM 3, IND 1 and 2, that it's a by right use.
No, that was a proposal, but then part of the proposal in the work, after last week, we basically made that change. So just to let you know.
Okay.
And I'll clarify as we transition into the Chapter 3 presentation.
Yeah, we're jumping ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure as we've got all this analysis going, right?
Yeah.
that it's including what we asked from last week. Thank you.
But to answer Councilman Sullivan, is that in the special exception there's no major changes at all. Basically, it's to clarify, but we're not going to be more basically lenient on that process. Yeah.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add, in terms of the other things discussed, I appreciate the changes to the neighborhood meeting requirements, because that had a lot of ambiguity. So we saw a lot of variability between one applicant's version of that and another applicant's version of that. And I think the residents saw that as well. So this kind of creates standards for that. So they have to adhere to those standards as a baseline, because that's important, because that's where the neighborhoods receive the first piece of information about what may happen in their neighborhood.
That's correct.
So
yes.
I appreciate that. This should help a lot.
I have quite a bit, so I don't want to.
You got the lawyer.
Well, this is big, and I think it's very important. So, but I want to give everybody else the opportunity before I jump in. Okay. All right. So the first thing on page 1 of 30, section 2.02.02, we have that no planning and development member can serve more than 2 years, but that they continue to serve until another person is appointed. Are we going to put a time limit on that so that we don't have members pursuant to this language just continuing to serve?
We're going to still have the every 2 years to be reappointed.
Okay,
by
so
City
that's a
Council.
policy that we already have.
That's correct,
Okay,
yes.
I just want to make sure. On page 3, well, a general question, this is for council, and I kind of brought this up previously. The land use administrator has a lot of power. And I believe at this time, city manager, you're land use administrator, correct?
Mr. Fong.
Okay,
Designated to Mr. Nguyen.
by you, though.
Correct, ma'am.
Okay. Should there, I think that there should be a process, maybe it's once a year, where city manager makes a recommendation to city council, and city council by resolution either approves that or tells city manager go back to the drawing board. And I say that because I don't think we have that problem now, but in the past, I believe that there was a lot of bureaucratic power being given to an unelected making these types of decisions. I'm very glad to hear, Fong, that you're in that position now. But I think that we have 5 people that have been elected to, one of the biggest reasons many of us are sitting up here is because we said we were going to buckle down a little bit more on development. And I know I get emails coming out the wazoo with regards to decisions that are made by city staff asking, hey, as my city council member, can you help me with this? And when I go back and I look at the issue and I'm briefed by staff about what has happened, decisions have been made, and I'm not saying that they were correct, incorrect, whatever it may be. But the point is, we are elected, but there's only so much that we have control over. So if we can make a resolution where each year we either approve the city manager's recommendation for the land use administrator or ask the city manager to propose somebody different, I think we should do that in order to keep these very important powers, at least somewhat, with our residents.
I concur.
I have no problem with that. Can you pull up the red line version? Can you get it up, Fong?
Before we do that,
Certainly.
can you give me time to research that? Because my only hesitation is that it is the land use administrator is the city manager, right? And so if he deems appointing someone for that position, that's under his responsibilities. I want to make sure that we're, quote unquote, not interfering with his responsibilities.
Right, and that's why, sure, I mean, I obviously research it, but that's why I'm proposing that it be a resolution, because I think we grant him that power through our charter. That's where that power is derived from, is the charter. So if, I think I think the hiccup that we could run into is, would that be a charter amendment, or would it fall under the purview of us just entering a resolution to engage in that discussion?
Yeah, and that's where I would want to make sure we're just doing it correctly, because, we're going through statutory, like it can't be from a board.
Mhm.
I'm also going to make sure that, hey, is there any possible litigation, say, in a scenario where the land use administrator makes a decision, the board doesn't like it and asks him to remove, and then there's a lawsuit because it's inferring that the board is interfering with that
Sure.
power. So that's all. I just want to look in and make sure we're able to do that.
Okay, thank you.
It's not in contradiction to what, SB 784?
Yeah, I can't remember the bill, but the statute, because it's not supposed to be from a board, yeah.
For, on that chart on page 3, it says development level, and we see multifamily listed. Maybe I'm just not, maybe it doesn't need to be here, but I don't see single family listed in this chart at all. Why is that?
Ma'am, if I could clarify on that particular development chart, in how it reads is, it looks for residential, it's looking at unit counts. So when you have single family, it doesn't specify single family, but it talks about the number of units, where that trigger is, I believe, 40 or more, or 100 or more for the developmental tiers that it has.
Right, but it specifically says multifamily residential projects.
Yeah, you referring to the the table that's
Yeah, the
relating
table
to?
that's-
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a section in there for the development type intensity for subdivision master plans of non-residential or residential up to 100 units on that next column over to the right.
Mhm.
And then above 100, I believe it goes to the next level for moderate, or which would go to planning board for subdivision master plan.
Can we pull this up on screen?
Can you scroll to it, Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, just grab the mouse.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, see where it says, if you go up, it says the intensity is defined by what's in this far left, the development level is defined minor, moderate, and that dictates who approves these things, whether it's city council, PLDRB, or land use administrator, but there's no reference to just single family. It's all, your definitions are only defining your multifamily. That can't be correct.
Yeah, it is on.
We could move the subdivision master plan up to 100 units to the left. I think that's what you're referring to.
Whatever it takes to make sure it's encompassing both multifamily and single family.
You see what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am, I'm tracking what you're talking about now. 'Cause it looks like with the addition, the word multifamily was an addition with this update,
Right.
so that's why it's creating that separation.
It used to basically, before the changes, it basically only addressed the residential.
It just referred to everything as residential projects.
That's a residential project, that's correct.
And now it says multifamily residential.
Yeah, so it's almost like we took away the
Yeah,
residential.
it's multifamily for 40 units or more multifamily, and if it's a single-family residential development, it has to be 100 units or more to go to the next tier.
It should, basically, it should be, have a comma after that. because the multifamily is considered basically non-residential. So is non-residential plans up to 40,000 square feet of building or multifamily, and then the residential projects not to exceed 40 residential units. So those are the, we'll make that change to reflect that has more clarity to
Thank you.
include single family.
Okay, so when we're talking about the neighborhood meeting requirements, one of the most common complaints that I have heard, and I've seen it, is within the required amount of feet from where the development is going to occur, technically, part of a neighborhood is included and part of a neighborhood is not. And what I've seen, and I can remember it very specifically, is that notices were sent to the homeowners association. And I have been told by applicants from that podium, well, we notify the homeowners association and they should be notifying all of their residents. There's nothing requiring that they do that. And I can tell you, as somebody who practices homeowners association and condo association law, what likely happens is that that notice gets sent to the registered agent of the homeowners association. They get it, it gets forwarded to the management company, and then it dies on the vine. And not a single resident gets contacted by the management company or the homeowners association. So my proposal would be that if a homeowners association falls within that radius, that either one of two things have to happen. The developer has to notify everybody within that homeowners association, or there has to be a notice that is posted inside the clubhouse or wherever it is. So, so pursuant to HOA and condo law now, like when they have their meetings, pursuant to statute, they have to do a notice of meeting. So they post it conspicuously, that's the language in the statute, somewhere on the property. So either the notice would have to go in that kind of same location, or the applicant has to notify everybody in that neighborhood. Because essentially what you'll see is, like I remember it had one page of people that they notified, and two of the slots on there was a master association and then a sub association. And the comment was, well, they should have notified people. Well, they didn't. And you had all these residents here, rightfully so, very upset that they got no notice. So I would like to see that change, and I would ask for consensus from council to kind of put that in staff's lap to figure out whether it's this mechanism or another type of mechanism. How do we make sure everybody within that neighborhood is notified?
If we have a city council consensus on that, we'll move forward with it. But I would recommend that if within the radius for a public notice and it touches the subdivision within an HOA, for example, then the notice should go to every single residence instead of your second, recommendation option to post it at, a community clubhouse or something like that.
I agree.
That takes more time from the HOA members in order to post that. It may also delay the notice to the actual residents. So
I think that everybody should be notified.
yes,
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we're going to take the steps to try to make sure that everybody's notified, there's still an opportunity for someone to miss a sign that's in a neighborhood. I'd rather just require the applicant to send the notice to
Look, I'm trying to be fair. I'm not trying to be overly onerous or anything of that nature. So
I don't think this is the case. I think
I've
making
got an
sure that
example,
everybody gets a notice is important. So.
yeah.
I've got an example. We own a vacation, condo, right, rental, VRBO, right? But when the HOA or the condominium association reaches out that, they're going to, let's say levy a tax for the beach or whatever the case may be, an additional fee, we get the notice at our home, right? They reach out directly in addition to in the elevator. There's a notice in the elevator. There's a notice in the clubhouse and everything else. So I think that max participation is important because there was a lot of feedback, at least in our case, when, add an additional fee for the beach, right? And so, Yeah, I think max, participation and outreach is the right thing to do. It works, and we've seen it. We're able to react, so.
Okay, I appreciate consensus on that. The next thing on that same page, on page 6, under 20502, it does say developers are required to hold a neighborhood meeting for the following application types. And then it says single-family and multifamily residential developments of 40 units or more, unless waived by the land use administrator. I would like to strike that. I don't think that we should allow a waiver. I don't think it's occurred, but technically it's permitted right now.
It is rarely occurred, but yeah,
Can you give us an example of why it would be waived?
I have one for you, sir. For example, there's a multifamily project that we have in-house called the Legends of Palm Coast. It's for 216 multifamily units. That project received a master site plan approval by the city council. So there was neighborhood meetings at that particular time. Now they're in for a technical site plan approval for the same 216 units. Well, the density hasn't increased. A neighborhood meeting was done during the master site plan. So currently, right now, we've waived the requirement for that neighborhood meeting for that technical site plan
And maybe
application.
state that it can be waived if there's already been a neighborhood meeting at some point in the development process.
yes, yeah.
Yeah, because the way it reads.
I mean, we can clarify the waiver condition. So.
Yeah, please, I think that would be appropriate to just list what the conditions are.
Correct, yes.
If there's no changes, then they've already had a meeting.
Yes.
So you can clarify that, Fong. You good on that one?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
I'm going. May I ask what the difference between an abated application and an abandoned application is?
Abated
In layman terms?
Yeah, the abated application, basically, if they've been within a year, after 6 months, then we consider it as abated, and we notify the applicant to resume the application. If not, then after basically 12 months, we also provide another notice to them a month in advance, and after 12 months, then we basically expire the application. So.
Okay, got it. Okay, now this is a biggie, and this I will definitely want input from council to have a pretty good discussion. So we know that when we look at MPD amendments, zoning amendments, variances, all those things, we have to look at certain parts of our code. And one of those, which I'm sure all of you remember and have probably cited in your motions or decision-making, is 2.05.05. And if you want to scroll, that's page 13. So that's the set of review findings. It says, when reviewing a development order application, the approval authority shall determine whether sufficient factual data was presented in order to render a decision. The decision to issue a development order shall be based upon the following, including but not limited to, and then it has these lists of items, and I know many of us have sat up here and said, well, we don't think it's we think it's contrary to public interest, et cetera, et cetera. My issue with these, and I haven't experienced it with this council, but boy, did I experience it with the last one. They're so subjective and broad. I don't know if this is just kind of standard language that we have picked from other codes, or if I don't think any of this is delineated by statute. I could be wrong. But I would look to maybe make these a little more specific and focus them on infrastructure, levels of service, intensity, and compatibility. There was another set of criteria, and I'll try to find it, that I thought was a little more specific. And I have this same comment too, by the way, for zoning map amendments, and that's under 2.06.03. We've also had those put up on our screen many times that has criteria, also pretty broad. And I'll try to find the list of criteria that I saw that I thought was a little more specific, and it's under 2.09.04. So this review criteria, and this is by the Planning and Development Board and City Council, and it says it should be considered in addition to the findings listed in 2.05.05, but I just think that this should be the main, what we consider, because when I can tell you, I don't remember 2.09.04 being put up on the screen for us to consider for MPD and zoning discussions. And these are actually much more comprehensive, I think, explicit, because it talks about density, intensity, it talks about compatibility, it talks about infrastructure. To me, this is the criteria that we should really be considering for everything, rather than this whole subjective, is it in the best interest or is it because that's very subjective. Is it in the best interest to have more construction so that we can get an influx of dollars into the city, which apparently the last council thought was in the public interest? Or is it in the public interest to say no because we don't have the infrastructure to pay for something? So I think the criteria beneath 2.05.05 and 2.06.03, very broad and subjective, whereas your 2.09.04 to me hits a little more home and is more objective and actually has measurables. Like there are measurables that you can compare for this.
Okay.
So that would be my suggestion for council.
Can you scroll up just a little bit more? Is there anything beyond I? Is I the last one?
Negative, sir. It goes all the way up to K, and for example, a lot of the staff reports that I've done here for City Council for presentations for MPD amendments and such, they includes review criteria of both sets of criteria for Section 2.05.05 and also Section 2.09.04. And we try and put that up on the screen, but for the sake of brevity, it kind of goes by fairly quickly for those MPD amendments.
I kind of like 2.05.05 being subjective. Because it's easy.
Because you're in that chair.
Well, it's easy for me to say, well, is it going to cost the city? Well, no, we don't want to do it.
And if I could clarify as well, from a legislative perspective, House Bill 399 from the 2026 Florida legislative session was approved, so effective in January. There's additional criteria for consideration that when denying an application, you have to be more specific in your citing. So it kind of takes away from some of the subjectivity that may have been used for, say, planning board or this body for recommending or denying an application based on just whether it was contrary to public opinion or interest. There has to be more specific citing to be consistent with House Bill 399.
And you said that it's already effective?
It's signed a law, but it becomes effective January 1st coming up here, if I'm not mistaken, sir.
Okay, so we're probably going to have to go through this update on this again.
We could just do it now.
Well, we don't know.
Well, we're not sure.
Yeah. So this also says too that this is only something that's to be considered when reviewing an MPD. Maybe we just add it to the zoning as well. So this shall be considered when we're looking at zoning, because I know there are two different sections, right? So we've got 2.05.05. That's reviewing a development order application, and then when looking at 2.06, that's zoning map amendments. So the longer criteria that we just looked at in 2.09, that's not required for zoning map amendments. That's when all that commercial to residential occurred. So, maybe we add 2.09.04 or change what 2.09.04 says, that it shall be looked at when reviewing master plan development applications, zoning applications, and development order applications.
Yeah, if I may, I just want to provide some feedback to City Council. This is the wisdom back then when we adopted the LDC. It survives through over almost 20 years now. We have never had any challenges relating to these review findings. But if you look at it again, it may be very subjective. For example, under 2.05.05, the proposed development must not be in conflict with or contrary to the public interest. So staff will review that, provide basically justification for that to City Council. And City Council may basically support that recommendation, or City Council could also basically deny that recommendation based on the same review criteria, because that would allow City Council deny a certain project based on that you, in your view, you think that is not going to be, that would be in conflict with the public interest or contrary to the public interest. So that gives you basically another justification in order to deny a project or support a project. So if you basically remove that, then the review criteria is all based on a objective point of view, then you have no other way to deny the project. So just want to let you know that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I think I agree with you. I like this. I like this council having the ability to have broad authority to make decisions based on other factors that may not be straightforward through just basic analysis, right? And other factors are, input from the public, things of that nature. I do like a more detailed approach to the MPD, which I think it's certainly a longer list. I'm not convinced that we need to change it.
When I started looking through this, the first thing I looked at was for 2.0505.
And
I didn't want that to change at all. Now, if you
Yeah,
go,
if you look at, like, for example, B, the proposed development must be consistent with the comprehensive plan and provisions of this LDC. Typically, staff are required to provide you the policies in the comprehensive plan. And the policies outline whether it's consistent or not. You also have that discretion to look into that, and you may say, well, there are other policies that are in conflict, then you basically may be able to use this kind of finding in order to support or basically deny.
Well, and we just approved our comprehensive plan, right? So by changing this to something else, does it, will this land development code be now out of sync with our comprehensive plan?
Yeah, it depends on what language we want to propose, but
So, and again, you said that the precedent on this is 20 years, right? Yeah, no issues at this point.
yeah, we have not have any challenges relating to these review findings. Yeah.
I see your point, Vice Mayor, but right now, I think this council retaining broad authority is important, and I recommend sustaining what we have.
So maybe not changing 2.05.05, but I would still suggest that 2.09.04 says that we have to also consider that list when looking at zoning amendments.
bring 9 back up.
And-
2.09, right?
Yeah, 2.09.04.
I'm scrolling down, so trying to anyways.
I think it's page 13.
It might be pragmatic, honestly, with the criteria that you have in section 2.09.04 that's used for MPDs. If there's particular criteria in there that the council finds would be pragmatic to have for the criteria for zoning applications under 2.06.03, to possibly copy paste and add additional criteria in that 2.06.03. Because in 2.09.04, there are some criteria in there that are unique for master plan developments, which coincide with the deviations that a master plan development agreement has from our land development code.
Right.
But there are some criteria in here that could be pragmatically copy-pasted up into the section for the official zoning map applications under 2.06.03.
So, okay. Just hear me out on this. All right, I hear what you guys are saying, I do. But I'm just gonna tell you that I sat in this chair while the previous council ignored the public time and again and used that very broad and subjective criteria in 2.05.05 to approve max increases to intensity, convert a lot of commercial to residential, which we're now paying for. And no offense to staff, but there wasn't ever a single recommendation that came before us that said this wasn't in the best interest of the public. I think that our staff now is very in tune with this council, and maybe the staff then was in tune with that council. But I can't tell you, the very first development that I had to vote on was over off of Palm Harbor, the Palm Coast Marina, when they did the max density increase to that neighborhood. And this chambers was full. And this council ignored every single person that came up and said, please do not do this. Me and Councilwoman Hyder were the only ones who fought against that. And it's like they did not care. So I'm telling you right now that things are great when you've got what you want as policymakers in these seats, but when you don't, you're going to want more objective criteria that holds people's feet to the fire and holds them accountable. And when we're talking about what we have said as a council is important to us with compatibility, consistency with the LDC, that just means as long as the units per acre is satisfied, then, you know, whoop-de-doo. And then, sorry, I know I seem flippant about that, but it's true. But when we talk about adequate water supply, sewage disposal, surface drainage, flood control, these are things that are super important and that are not, can be ignored in 2.05.05. So I'm just suggesting, you don't want to change 2.05.05, fine, leave it as it is. But I still think that when we're looking at zoning changes, we need to be looking at 2.09.04. It doesn't say that you have to absolutely find a certain way on every single one of these, but this says at least you have to consider. It says the council shall consider the following criteria.
I just want to point out that in 2.0603, as well as 2.0903, it all said that in addition to the findings listed in 205.05. So the review findings in 205.05 also works in conjunction with these two review findings. So you cannot ignore that. So
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you. I just think it's more comprehensive, that's all.
I was here when you guys did the marina, and I was probably one of the guys that stood up and specifically said using 2.05.05 is just not workable. And now if the council just blows past it, that's on them, but we know it's here. It's in our LDC. If you're not considering that, that's a bad mistake. But anytime any of those briefings came up, and those were, one was 2.05.05, and then there's another one. And you're like, that slide was up like that and gone.
Yep.
And they didn't even consider it. But we're more in tune to it, but it's there. If it's there or not, and someone's not going to adhere to it, you know,
And you have to meet multiple requirements. It's not just all in one paragraph and others. There's multiple requirements. I think that, Mr. Fong, that's what you're trying to lay out, right? And so I understand the scar tissue from the previous council, but I think this council has been an example of what right looks like in interpreting this the right way. I mean, I go back to the concrete plant and a bunch of others. I think the point you made, Vice Mayor, on a routine basis is compatibility, right? And that's the discretion we have. So I'm just still not convinced to make these changes.
That's fine. It's not my scar tissue, it's a resident scar tissue, so.
I think it's already there. I don't really think we need to. That's my basic criteria is 2.05.05.
Yeah, the last big thing I had, I know we get a lot of comments about development, and I think we've seen it too, development orders or MPDs that have been approved and then they never get acted upon for a really long time. I did see that pursuant, I think the land use administrator can give 3 extensions for up to 12 months once those have expired. I would maybe suggest we reduce that. And the reason I say that is we've kind of seen the repercussions of that, right? If somebody doesn't act on a development order or an MPD and then it sits around and collects dust for 5 years and then all of a sudden we see it pop out of the ground. I think it's hard to plan, you know, from when we're trying to plan from a planning perspective, when we have those things kind of just staying out there forever and ever. So I would suggest we reduce that to maybe 1 additional 12-month extension, because I think as a city, that just helps us to plan better.
What's the current cap on that?
Pull it up, Fong.
It's,
But just to add to that, I think also what we've seen is that when something sits for a very long time, then we get an amendment that says we can no longer do this in the way that we
Right.
proposed or
That's exactly right,
or
yeah.
negotiated 10 years ago because of economics and
Correct.
the way things are built now. So now we need more density, or now we need,
Mm-hmm.
to give up some parkland or some easements or whatever the case may be.
page 14.
So yeah, I would,
Page 14.
if you're going to negotiate an MPD, then you need to be willing to act on it. It can't
Right.
just sit there and then, as you said, pop out of the ground, or now it's not economically viable and we want more.
Correct. 2.05.06. Yeah,
I
page
just want to make a statement on that. I tend to agree with you relating to reducing the number of extensions due to a couple of things. First is that if it lingered too long, the information that has been provided like 3 years ago is basically dated. So that's one issue. The other one is that you also have legislative extensions. So part of a hurricane, then you have legislative extension for we have experienced in the mid 2000, another 6 months, another 18 months, and then eventually, basically, it's extended like 7 years out. So that takes into play as well. So yes, I agree with you. If it's consensus of the council, I'll reduce it back to just one 12-month extension.
I have no problem.
Yeah, to the point, the concurrency changes, right? Potentially, even direction of like what this city is looking for public benefit and things like that may have vastly changed in 10 years. So there's a lot of good reasons, I think, to shorten this timeline up.
So we have consensus on that? You good, Fong?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you,
And
sir.
then along that same line, sorry, or vein, on the next page, page 15, 2.06.04. This one, I think, kind of allows an applicant to play politics a little bit. It says a property owner shall not initiate action for the same rezoning affecting the same parcel of land more than once every 12 months following denial or approval. In other words, if, an applicant comes before this council and gets denied, they can just wait until, the next council is put in maybe a year later. I would suggest we make it 24 months just so that we don't, it's a waste of staff time. I shouldn't say that. It's not a waste of time, but it is a sucker of time, right? It's taking up your time. And two, again, it's just, to me, it's a kind of a political shell game. Oh, I didn't get what I wanted from that council, so let me come back. Yeah.
I'd be okay with this. I don't know if there's any statutory requirements for this at all.
Fong, what you got on that one? Anything statutorily that?
There's no statutory, basically, mandate for that. You can extend it to 24 if that's the pleasure of the council.
Are you?
The only issue, if I could add on, the effects of Senate Bill 180 from the 2025 session with regards to restrictive or burdensome may come into play.
Well, maybe we shouldn't change any words if that's the case, because it's, I mean, that's such general language that like,
I mean, I don't think
anything is more burdensome.
Right. I don't think it's more burdensome to say, hey, you got denied, so you have to wait 2 years, before coming back.
Yeah, I mean, this is similar to like frivolous lawsuits, right? You can't just keep throwing in applications and forcing staff to evaluate and pass them on to the boards.
So you have any issues with that, Fong? Are you good with 24 months instead of 12?
I'm good. Yeah.
You think that'll work for us and we're not violating any statutory
We are not.
requirements?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Are we got consensus on that? Everybody's good?
And then the last thing I had was on bonds. It says that the city council may include in the master plan development agreement requirements for bonds or appropriate alternatives for improvements conditioned upon the satisfactory and timely completion of facilities. I was under the impression that we automatically did that. Is that not the case? Because it says may. Do we not require bonds?
That leaves an option for city council to require that.
Well, I think, didn't we ask this question?
Yeah.
About a month ago? Yeah, and I think we were told, I think Carl potentially told us that this was a requirement.
I don't know. The section is 2.09.03, so maybe the context, it's subsection D.
Yeah, I think wasn't that for contracts?
It could have.
Yeah, it could be big construction
Yeah,
contracts,
that was
not specific to.
Yeah, that was specific to like, say, a roadway contract, right?
You say that's 2.09?
0.03, it's page 19.
Okay, so this
03.
did not pre-exist, and we're adding this as a potential for the council to utilize.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, it says the city council may include in the master plan development agreement requirements for bonds for improvements conditioned upon the satisfactory and timely completion of facilities in the development plan.
So this is a requirement for a bond for them to complete within a timely period their requirements for the additional infrastructure or whatever the case may be within the MPD.
Yeah, and the reason I think this is important is we see people sit on things that they're supposed to develop, certain facilities, and if they have to pay a bond, I would think that would be a little bit of motivation for them to go ahead and complete those facilities so they can get that bond returned to them.
Yeah, we require construction bonds and maintenance bond as well for projects. The construction bond is in case if they default, then the city will pull the bond in order to finish the infrastructure.
That's once construction commences, or when we know it's going to commence,
It's
right?
part of the agreement that you can require then. So.
So just quickly, so that would be applying to like a contract with us.
Right.
And
Yes.
like here, I think this is a different provision. So Mr. Nguyen, so and with the MPD, why would the city require, I think that's what Ms. Pontier is talking about, like, why would we have bonds for in this scenario when it's dealing with an MPD?
I mean, I think that's why it is open-ended, is that they
can
part
require
of the
it.
negotiation,
Okay.
because it's an agreement, right? So part of that depends on how city council feel about the development moving forward. They basically can condition upon that.
Okay.
So here's why I bring this up, and this came up several times while I was reading this LDC. And I'll be honest with you, maybe day one of being on city council, I should have read the LDC from front to back, because there are a lot of tools in the LDC that I think council could have utilized that we have not, and I don't fault anybody for it. The LDC is not, leisurely reading. But I don't think we know about a lot of the tools that we have, and this is one of them. So if we don't want to require it, I would suggest that every MPD has some type of disclosure in it. Council or staff has not recommended a bond for this MPD, or council or staff has recommended a bond for this MPD. That way, future councils are aware that, hey, this is a tool for you if you want to require a bond, but it doesn't necessarily make us do it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, I like the
certainly, yeah.
disclosure.
Yeah, I think
process.
that type of disclosure should be included.
And I was just thinking through, from a zoning perspective, why would you require a bond during zoning before, dirt's not turned yet, things of that nature. I was going to ask, is there an example where we would require a bond?
I don't have an example, but typically, yeah,
But it may still gives the council the option.
that's
Right.
correct,
Right.
yes.
Right.
Mhm.
For
Yeah.
clarification, the request for disclosure for bonds would be more pragmatic for that disclosure be in the staff report for the associated MPD? Or did you actually want it in the development agreement for the future MPD?
I don't have a preference, as long as whenever you all are presenting it to council, it is explicitly stated that you have or have not recommended a bond. That way, city council knows this is something at its disposal.
Yeah, especially if you're assuming risk,
Correct.
right? So.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we'll provide that information to future city council.
And I think it can be an easy add, so you put in D, the council may include in the master plan development, even if you put at the end, staff shall include in its staff reports to council when coming before it, with an MPD, whatever, whether or not it recommends a bond. That simple language, I think.
Certainly, yeah, we can do that, yeah.
You can add that.
We'll add that to the presentation of staff, or it could be part of the negotiated agreement. We add it into the agreement, yeah.
That was all I had, Mayor.
On that one.
I just have a quick question about this. So have we exercised a requirement for a bond ever before? In MPDs, things like that?
How do we?
Have we?
Have we?
Yes. Have we required that, say, a applicant with an MPD has a bond?
Currently, no.
No. My question is in what scenarios do we not want a bond?
I agree with you.
So-
I agree with you.
Like,
That's why I said shall at the beginning, but I wasn't getting the warm and fuzzies. So again, I'm
Sorry.
trying not to be onerous.
Sorry, no, but what I'm saying is that, if we have certain infrastructure requirements from an applicant based on this MPD negotiation, we know that sometimes things change or sometimes they sit on things. So like if we were redoing Town Center, right, as part of an MPD, and there was a requirement for a lot of infrastructure, which allows other things to develop as well, but they never get done, that would be a problem. I'm not saying that, that didn't happen in this case, but there's an opportunity for it to happen.
We've seen it.
And it stalls projects, it stalls further economic growth, especially in things that have mixed use with commercial and things like that. So to me, I feel like we should always kind of want them to have a reason to complete their responsibilities as quickly as possible.
I agree.
I mean, may I suggest that you change the may to shall unless basically city council waive it into the LDC document?
I'm great with that because that still gives the flexibility to remove the bond if necessary. I don't see why we would, but it starts with the assumption of a bond.
Yeah, so if council is okay with that, we'll change the word may to shall unless basically waived by the city council. Yeah.
Sounds good. Anybody have any issues with that?
Sorry, I threw that in at the end.
I just wanted to ask the question if there's an example that we've done it before on an MPD and we don't have a precedent for it.
No, we don't, yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
But we've done it on construction and we've done it on.
Those are projects.
Those are projects, but what about actual, development orders and?
Well, in development orders, you have other commitments that is outlined there, that at a certain point in time, when they commence construction, then that's when they start basically providing the bond for it.
Okay, so I view the MPD as a strategic document, right? We're laying this out. No actual development has started yet. We're setting the table strategically, right?
Right.
So we're gonna request a bond. We're gonna require a bond on a strategic document before any funds have been spent or the breakdown of each of the developments within a master plan.
So
I'm just trying to think through this because we need.
But I disagree with the premise that it's a strategic document because it's specifically an override of our land development code explicitly, and anything not explicit reverts back to the LDC. So it's kind of rewriting what's happening within this border, right? And some of that's going to be infrastructure requirements, things that are required of the developer. So it's basically a contract of what's going to happen and how it can happen within this border.
Right. I see that as a strategic perspective within that border, but okay, thank you.
So I think it'd be more of like you require a bond before a plat is approved, just in case that there.
That's accurate, sir. It's found in Chapter 9-4 if you're platting.
Right,
there's,
I could see that with a
infrastructure bonding
plat, but
requirements.
on a master plan document requiring a bond, I don't know.
Those are two different things, though, because the reason for a bond on a plat is entirely different. I think if I'm here.
We're talking about infrastructure bonds.
You could do
Right.
that as well. Yeah, that's what I've been researching.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the infrastructure requirements of the applicant, right? So if we negotiate and they have to build certain things within this MPD as infrastructure, and maybe it's not spelled out specifically in timelines, or maybe just because it's a high-level document and it doesn't say those things, and they decide that they don't want to do certain things, now the rest of that MPD is useless. Maybe we have a focus on commercial, but they don't want to do the infrastructure right now that helps the commercial. They want to do the infrastructure that helps the residential. What's pushing them forward to make sure that they do that? I think the bond does that.
Or other facilities that we've said, needed to be included in MPDs, whether it's a park or whatever.
Yeah,
whatever
any public
improvement.
benefit, right, that they're providing as part of their responsibilities in the MPD. In a perfect world, yeah, everything gets going right away and they do those things. But we've seen examples where they don't, and it just sits empty and stalls further development.
So just also want to suggest that part of the condition to require bonding, it also relates to the issue of when they have to bond that. So, for example, you're going to condition infrastructure improvement bond, then it starts basically, let's say, at commencement of the project, for example.
Yeah.
Then that needs to be ironed out as part of the negotiation. But it doesn't have to spell it out in the LDC, but just to let you know that when we do the negotiation through the MPD, then you spell that out that, hey, you need to basically provide bonding when you start commence.
And that's fine, because if we're also limiting the time period these MPDs can sit,
Right.
then we're kind of hitting it on both ends that you don't have to do it right away, except for when you start, you have to do it.
Correct.
And you can't just sit there for 10 years and not do it either, because then you time out.
Okay. Well, thanks. I appreciate the discussion. I just wanted to flush this out because, different perspectives on what strategic things look like, right? And so, and how that's applied, and the timeline is important.
Yes.
That's an important point.
I think it's important because, let's look at this in the most positive way you can, right? I don't think in many cases it's because someone just doesn't want to do the things they said they would do. I think they intend to, and then things change, and I think this puts a guardrail in place.
Good?
Yeah.
I'm saying I'm looking
Well,
looking at it in the most positive way.
No, I know, and you were being very generous, because what happens in reality is that certain improvements, approvals are garnered, and then the property is sold based on those entitlements and approvals, and then who knows, what happens from there. So,
Well, certainly things change,
yeah,
right? So the owner changes, economic conditions change, whatever. I don't want to do it anymore changes,
we'll go with your generosity.
But I'm just trying to be, as generous as possible and say, even in the best version of this, sometimes things change, and, that leaves us waiting for something to happen that never happens.
Right. Thank you, Fawn.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you
chapter
for your
2.
input.
We're good.
What you got?
So I'm going to open a book, and I apologize. So I was researching this entire time while you guys were talking about the land use administrator. It's not in the charter. It's in Chapter 14 glossary, and it says it's designated by the city manager. So I have concerns if we do a resolution, because you're setting a precedent that if the city council doesn't like the prior city land use administrator's decisions based on plats or something like that, political decisions, you could be setting the city up for a lawsuit. That's probably one scenario. If the city council thinks that going down the path that, hey, each year it can objectively review the city land use administrator and objectively say, hey, tell the city manager, we don't like your designee, pick someone else. Theoretically, yes, you could, but there are some scenarios where I think it could go badly and set the city up for lawsuits. Just in my little research. If you want me to research more, I can, but it's not a charter. You would have to do it like we're doing right now, change that part of Chapter 14 that defines what a land use administrator is by what we're doing right now. But that's kind of what I've researched so far.
So I'm sorry, to clarify, I didn't mean that specifically land use administrator was in the charter, but our authority as far as staffing is in the charter. So we only have authority to hire and fire city attorney.
The non-interference clause.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So that part is in the charter, and that was what I wanted to make sure our actions didn't conflict with.
Correct.
To the extent it may, then perhaps it just be something to the effect of that every year, city managers shall come to, I just want it to be public. I want there to be a discussion every year as to who our land use administrator.
Maybe give notice by resolution. Would that be better? Like, because it seems like you kind of just want to be public each year. Who's the land use administrator?
I think it's important.
Yeah, I think that would be fine. If you're going to give a notice by resolution, the designated land use administrator, or if it changes, if you want. So if you don't want to do it every year, if it's going to be the same person for 4 years, but if it changes, then it's by notice is changed by resolution or something like that. That I would agree with.
Thank you.
Is there consensus on that?
It's fine.
Okay.
So that's chapter 2,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yeah.
Anything else, Fong? That's it?
No, that's it for chapter 2 right now.
Okay, we're moving on to number 4,
Yeah.
presentation, proposed unified land development code amendment to chapter 3, zoning uses and dimensional standards.
Yeah, I would be remiss if I don't introduce to you my staff. We have 2 senior planners. We have a zoning expert, they all behind me, and a landscape architect, environmental planner. So we are all here. They have the very, in their expert area, they are very well knowledgeable about that. They all certified in their area. So just to give you perspective of where we have been discussing and gone through the LDC. So for the next 2 chapters, chapter 3, chapter 4, Mr. Michael Hansen will present to you.
Thank you, sir.
Musical chairs?
Yeah, this one. It's easier.
All right, good morning once again, Council. Michael Hansen for Community Development. I do want to, as I move into Chapter 3, for the sake of brevity, I'm going to try and keep things high speed, low drag. I want to let everybody know that there was a quick change to Chapter 3 based on what you received in the agenda packet. From your conversations during last week's council meeting regarding data centers. I'll get into that as I go a little further in here. As we go through, we have some proposed amendments where we updated a future land use map and zoning district compatibility table to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. As you're well aware, the land development code is subservient to the comprehensive plan. So every kind of change within the land development code has to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. As Mr. Nguyen stated, we tweaked the prohibited use list based on a land use administrator interpretation from about 2 years ago now regarding fuel depots. So we have language in here just to codify land use interpretation, land use administrator interpretation for bulk fuel depot and oil refineries. Additionally, as I mentioned, based on the council's discussion last week, since the city currently does not permit data centers, the code is silent on it. This proposed change to add data centers as a prohibited use is not more restrictive, since that use is not allowed by right within any zoning district as of is. So we've floated the proposal for data centers as a prohibited use. As a reminder, any of our prohibited uses that we have within the city that are listed there allow for council to make a supermajority vote. So 4 out of 5 of you would have to say yes. And as Mr. Nguyen presented within our updates for Chapter 2 just a little bit ago, there was provision in there for laying out the process for how we would advance a case for a prohibited use to ensure that we gave an applicant their due process to be able to apply. Since the code was silent on that process, as a reminder, staff is looking at running up requests for prohibited uses as a special exception with the added step that the planning board would then make a recommendation to city council, and the city council would have final determination via that supermajority vote whether or not to grant a prohibited use. Further, in Chapter 3, we expand our residential, non-residential use tables. Since master plan developments are a contracted development agreement with city council and applicants, we've put in provisions that would allow MPDs, allow a lot of our uses within the table for MPDs. That was currently silent on. We also codified short-term rentals, since short-term rentals were adopted via short-term rental ordinance approximately 2 years ago. That is housed within our code of ordinances. Since short-term rentals is more related to land use, we're looking at updating the LDC to reflect short-term rentals as far as going back to that ordinance, all the different residential zonings districts that they're allowed in. Other big change here, as you'll see at the bottom of the slide, vertiports for vertical takeoff and landing, VTOL and electronic VTOL, so eVTOL aircraft. Currently, right now, it's a huge push by the Federal Aviation Authority or Administration and the Florida Department of Transportation for propagating this concept of advanced air mobility. This is essentially a large-scale drone aircraft, essentially. It's kind of in between a helicopter, a plane, and a car, so to speak, that would allow for either unmanned aerial vehicles or manned aerial vehicles that could have passenger loads between 1 to 6 individuals. Because it's aviation operations, the operation of what do we do with these when they're in the air, that all falls to the FAA, and FDOT's providing guidance on that, working with creating a housing guide within the state. Mr. Nguyen and I attended a training regarding these advanced air mobility vehicles about a year ago now, where the rollout that the state is looking at is approximately 2028. So we're trying to get ahead of the curve for potential sake, since we're taking the opportunity to update the LDC with regulating where these VTOL and eVTOL aircraft essentially can have landing pads and or what is called within the industry as vertiports. So it's similar to like a helipad. The intent with the LDC, as you'll see in the attachments that you have, is that these vertiports are restricted to non-residential zoning districts, and we try to keep them away from your common zoning districts that buffer residential areas to try and minimize any potential disturbance to the existing residents of Palm Coast. Additionally, we added a quick lubrication tire replacement shop to differentiate that particular use from a mechanic or body shop. There's a similar use in there that's typically used for your more like intense repairs. This use would, essentially increase clarity and ties into also allows for like COM2 uses. For example, I'm sure you're all familiar with, but on Palm Coast Parkway, you have the Walmart, you have Take 5 oil change, Discount Tires. Those are all in COM2 zoning districts for that type of use for getting your tires changed or getting your oil changed. Additionally, we looked at modifying zoning compatibility versus permitted and special exception uses for several areas. One in particular was for tattoo, body piercing, and body art. Currently, it's permitted as a special exception in COM2. Staff has floated the proposal to change that to a permitted use. There's been a number of special exceptions for that use that have been granted by the planning board over the last couple of years. So this would streamline that, the determinations by planning board that have approved these uses within COM2. So that way it would ultimately reduce staff hours for special exceptions and make the process for permitting a tattoo, body piercing, or body art studio more streamlined for the actual applicants as well. Additionally, there was language in there for park and ride facilities that allow for a special exception under the public, semi-public zoning district. For potential park and ride facility, staff has looked at changing that as a permitted use. These kind of facilities are typically used if you're going to have a large-scale event where you're going to be shuttling people back and forth between an event, for example, like a county fair or something along those lines, to have some kind of mass parking lot or overflow area for people to park and then have shuttle buses back and forth. Additionally, as I mentioned, we have to be consistent with the comp plan, so there is language in the LDC that has the maximum floor area ratio for IND2 that exceeds what's established by the comprehensive plan, so that's been reduced to be consistent. And there's also changes or language in there that modifies structures within building setback to codify land use administrator interpretations that have occurred over the years. There's language that codifies requiring recreational facilities for residential developments to be permitted and under construction prior to the issuance of the permitted for the 25th unit of residential projects. This also codifies an interpretation of the land use administrator and how the city has been going through with the plating process for any kind of residential development, working with the intent that if someone's coming in to develop a subdivision of homes that's required to have some kind of amenity center or recreational activity, it's important that those residents of that subdivision are able to actually utilize the recreational amenities that they were promised under the bill to sell. So once that 25th permit comes in, then they have to come in and play with that amenity center or the recreational facilities. As the council may recall, I think the majority of you were here at the time when I brought the city's Live Local ordinance forth a couple of years ago. We're looking at moving that section, which is currently housed under section 3.06 of our land development code, to chapter 4 under section 4.23, as it fits more thematically with the intent of that chapter. Additionally, as I get into the presentation later on with chapter 4, I've provided substantial tweaks to make that consistent with the current version of the Live Local Act. as the Florida legislature has seen fit to modify their Live Local Act every single year since it's adopted originally, with the most recent with House Bill 1389, which becomes effective here in about another 2 weeks when it gets to July 1. Additionally, as I mentioned about the data centers going as a prohibited use based on the changes, we did add a footnote in there that is set under the use table for non-residential uses. It struck the permitted or the special exception uses to just have a footnote 6 that goes down that requires the supermajority vote for the prohibited use process. It would limit the compatible zoning to either IND1 or IND2 if the council determines approves a supermajority vote, and then would further subject them to our industrial use performance standards that we already have on the books under Land Development Code Section 4.14. So that section of code talks about different water consumption, air quality standards, other environmental considerations for pollutants that could typically come into play for industrial uses. That way the city is able to hold them to those standards to ensure that a particular project might be more compatible with surrounding developmental character of whatever zoned area that they're in, or industrial park, or in relation to any kind of surrounding residential uses. At this point, that kind of concludes this high-speed Chapter 3. I'm available for any questions, and if necessary, we have some of our other expert staff that really assisted a lot on Chapter 3 and may be able to provide some insight as well.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hanson. Can you pull up the red line?
I will get that up in 1 second, sir.
Anybody have any questions from the council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I just, thanks for the update on the data centers. Councilman Miller, I think does this meet what we were, what you were thinking of when you proposed the idea of, putting the special exception use clause for the data centers?
Yeah, I think my
it's
permit-
tied into that other, was it Chapter 4, where it lays out the specific
Yes, sir.
considerations
Chapter
for
4,
environmental
Section
water?
414.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think at a minimum, it requires it to always come before council and requires a supermajority vote. So there's a high bar to meet right there. I think the only, pause was I was trying to potentially still allow for low impact projects that could be defined in the same way, but are not really what we're fearful of because they're using, but this still allows for that. So I'm fine with it in this way.
Okay. Yeah, and this is, again, I think this is us taking immediate action on laying out those concerns and basing the requirements, but still having a process for the right fit, assuming the council, finds it compatible.
Yeah, no, I'm very appreciative of staff to have, worked this in while we're already doing these edits, rather than us having to wait.
That was this morning as of 7:30.
So, getting this in so that we don't have to wait a year, to make these changes. So I appreciate it.
You got something?
I do on this topic. Is there a reason why we've chosen Industrial 1 and Industrial 2 rather than just Industrial 2?
I'll go down to the footnote for you on that particular piece that I have, but the intent was that with the way the city is zoned property, there's very few IND2 properties left that are undeveloped.
It's kind of the point.
As is, and ultimately it comes down to the supermajority of the council, so the council can see fit whether or not to grant that particular use, and maybe it might be easier just doing page down rather than scrolling with the mouse wheel.
So I would
Here you
go from the other direction on this and say, because we're not separating out, like high impact versus low impact, that there's potential appropriate uses in IND1 because it may be because every single version of this is part of the special exception, right? So like, if we had the cable landing station come again, right, that's not a 1 million square foot facility. It uses a closed loop system, so it's not using massive amounts of water. you know, that isn't the same thing as a hyperscale, right? But it's still, under this, would require a special exception.
And that was part, for clarity's sake, that was part of the consideration when drafting that this morning regarding IND 1 or 2. As the council is aware, even though there's very few IND 2, there's still very few IND 1 properties left that are undeveloped within the city as is. So ultimately, it comes down to the decision of the council on a case-by-case basis and gives the council more flexibility whether or not it's something similar to a cable landing station as opposed to a hyperscale data center.
I think there's wide variation of what we could see fall under this, is what I'm saying, you know, in terms of its impact.
Yeah.
So you might have something that's very benign and beneficial to the community, and then you have something that's like a not only no, but heck no situation.
My guess it'll be fairly obvious if it happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, my other question is the council at all willing to consider another kind of provision that says if council does by supermajority vote approve a data center, it must come with these conditions, and then add things like it has to have a closed loop system, it has to rely on its own energy grid, things of that nature, so that there are further protections put in place should that happen.
So when I was doing the research on that, that was one of the potential suggestions, is that essentially it brings its own infrastructure, right? So that it's not a burden on anybody within the community. So I'm willing to entertain that.
Is that outlined in Chapter 4?
Well, to clarify, there is the criteria within Chapter 4, but what the Vice Mayor is talking about as far as conditions for like closed loop or such, if we go back to Chapter 2, there's provision in there that we can either approve, deny, or approve with conditions. So it's ultimately up to the City Council during a hearing for prohibited use that they could put conditions for the approval that it be limited to closed loop system or something along those lines during that time.
Yeah, I understand that. My point is to make it mandatory at this juncture. That's why we're doing this. I think that if these things are ever permitted, they should be exactly what, well, I shouldn't say exactly what, but they should be as responsibly developed as the cable landing station is, because cable landing station is not going to be a huge drain on our energy, it is a closed loop system. So my point is that I think we should put in place now, if by supermajority vote, council approves one of these, it has to have a closed loop system and it has to bring its own energy grid or, infrastructure, however it needs to be worded. I don't pretend to know that.
Yeah, there's multiple things, right? Like, for instance, one of the concerns over them is like the audible hum, right? So like sound attenuating barriers or something like that required to basically prevent the sound from going outside of the property.
And there is language, sir, for sound within that 4.14. Otherwise, the city does have a noise ordinance. But once we get council consensus on it, I'm more than willing to go in there and put some language in there about it. It would have to be a closed loop system or whatever consensus the city council wants to provide.
Okay, so
We get that consensus?
I have no problem with that. Everybody's good? You
Yeah.
think you can work that out before the next time?
yeah, we just need to get it done
Would
before
you
the
put
wrap
that
up, right?
in Chapter 3 or Chapter 4?
Yep.
We'll figure it out.
Assuming we get out of here before 5 o'clock, I'll get it in the current draft today.
All right.
Yeah, just to let you know, also another piece of information that as data centers evolve, new technologies come on board. So I think that's why it is best to defer to City Council to make that decision. Also, that through a special exception, the Planning Board approved the special exception, but the use requires the City Council to approve. Just to let you know the process, especially the one that's our prohibited use. So.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? You have anything else?
Not on this subject. I had a few other things, so. Are we ready for that?
We're finished with the chapter.
Yes,
so
please.
Okay.
Concerning this chapter.
Okay. So I had a couple questions. So it references a dog farm.
Yeah, that's in prohibited uses. I'll scroll back up to it. And that was previously in the code.
Yeah, no, my question, so when we're talking about the prohibited uses, is the change that you're making that all of these prohibited uses can only be approved by supermajority vote now?
Currently, anything that's not permitted in the use automatically requires a supermajority vote in the city council.
Okay. In that list, I know we've got junkyards and salvage yards, but does that also include landfills? Or is there another prohibition for those somewhere?
As far as I don't believe it would fit necessarily the definition for junkyard or salvage yard, but it ultimately, if it's not listed explicitly within our glossary, it would ultimately go to this next section here for uses not listed in the chapter. And it's another power given to the land use administrator to make a determination for related uses. This is how that bulk fuel depot was presented as a prohibited use a couple of years ago. And when we're doing that, we use the North American Industry Classification System Manual as a guide when trying to take a look at related uses. So if
It
it's
would
not,
just fall in there.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. On the chart on page 5, what is a cluster development and a neo-traditional development?
Let's see. All right, cluster development typically that you're seeing would be, we have provisions in our land development code and our comprehensive plan that allow for clustering of particular property. So in a theory that say I have 100 acres of land and I'm going to put up a number of houses, the overall density, say it's 1 acre, 1 dwelling unit per acre, for example. Well, in order to protect, increase open space, it's possible to then cluster the approved units in smaller lots, but maintaining the overall density for the overall project site.
We see this in the Matanzas MPD.
Yep, it's usually to protect wetlands or other open space areas that were
I
intended
think
to be
Grand
open.
Landings also has similar clustering because of the size
Yeah,
of
the
that property.
requirement is that you have to keep at least 30% in open space. So the 100-acre, you have to keep a minimum, for example, 30 acres of open space, and then you can basically have smaller units, but not to exceed the permitted number of units.
Right, okay. What about neo-traditional?
And the neo-traditional development, we have language in our comprehensive plan for neo-traditional development. Typically, you'll see stuff like that where it might be more similar to aspects of like town center, where you have something like the promenade that's up front and the parking's in the rear, where you might have some kind of joint alleyway. There's other provision for like arcades, linking pedestrian malls and such.
Yeah, typically NTDs, you have like an alley in the back, and then you have garages in the back as well. One of the typical development is in west of Orlando, Independence. It has those mixed type of housing varieties.
It's
in it.
mixed use, right? So yeah, you have commercial, residential, all kind of in the same place.
Yeah, essentially. And as you see these items with cluster development or neo-traditional on page 5, you have the parentheses L. Anything with an L, it will have additional language that we'll get into in chapter 4 as well. So each of those will have a little section call out as well.
Okay. I didn't see any reference in any of this chapter to the MPMU. Did we not need it?
So there was one reference to MPMU, and that's on page 2 at the bottom. It's for the future land use category and zoning districts permitted. So since MPMU is a land use designation we created in the comp plan last year, the only permitted zoning district within that is MPD.
Okay.
So it's just codified here at the bottom of page 2.
Okay, I see. So that's the only thing we need then, because then MPD is included as the zoning elsewhere.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Conceptually, or I guess from a policy perspective, when we talk about open space, so I'm on 24 or 44, I know that currently we can use, or a developer can use stormwater as a portion of their open space, which, I mean, sometimes they make it look nice, other times I think it's a cop-out, but My question is, do we have limits on what percentage of a development can use stormwater as their open space requirement?
I'll scroll over to that section. You said 3.0, 3.04 for, and that's under,
Page 24, yeah, it says permitted uses of open spaces under 3.
yeah.
Keep going.
Here we go.
Yeah, you see number 3, permitted uses for open space. I know we allow stormwater, right, to be a part of open space.
Yep.
But do we have a limit? So I know sometimes there's a percentage, like for the trees, for instance, I read that only a certain percentage of certain trees can be like pine trees or whatever. For open space, do we have limits on what stormwater can be for the open space?
There's nothing explicitly limiting here. However, we have level service standards for recreation development. When you're looking at open space, whether we're looking at activity or resource-based aspects, which creates a percentage ultimately. If I'm not mistaken, it's either 3/5 of the acreage on that. And there's a provision here for recreation, so that when a development comes in and has to provide so much recreation for that open space is obviously limited with essentially how much stormwater that they could have, because they have to be able to provide to meet the recreation requirements as well.
Okay. Okay, on page 25, we're talking about existing golf course communities, and I had a question under J, because under J1 and 2, it talks about existing direct golf course views from rear yards and from side yards, and it says in 2 that existing golf course views from existing platted lots located within any residentially zoned area located across a right-of-way or a water body from the site shall be maintained to the maximum extent possible. I have an issue with this language, but I also wanted to know how it is if we already have this portion of the LDC in place, how it is that pursuant to the Matanzas Woods MPD amendment, which obviously was pulled by the applicant, but it could come back, it likely will, how it is those view protection zones could be affected if this LDC, I mean, are they asking for an override of this portion of the LDC? And do we need to make a change here to prevent those view protection zones from being affected?
And I wonder, is there an interpretation of what maximum extent practical?
That's, yeah, that's the issue.
So,
because that's very vague.
This section of the LDC, from my understanding, researching that particular project, was put into place as it only solely relates to that particular area. There was no definition as far as the depth of these view protection zones, and that was loosely interpreted even in the original MPD development agreement that was created. So it's, if council wanted to get or had some proposed language on this, how you'd potentially want it, if you wanted changes, we could entertain it, but.
I think view protection zones are vested. I think that's a vested interest that a homeowner, when they purchase their home, it should not ever be affected. It should be into perpetuity. So to the extent we can, I don't know if we need to change the language that says existing golf course communities, because technically Matanzas isn't an existing golf, I mean, it used to be, right? But
Is it still a golf course?
it's not.
And it's not a golf course.
That's what they keep
and
saying,
been-
it's not a golf course, it's not a golf course. But those people still have view protection zones. They still have those.
So this ultimately might be a question more for yourself or Mr. Duffy, but I know that the Florida State Legislature adopted property rights element that allows an owner to develop and their property with their property rights element that they required every municipality to adopt. If it doesn't allow someone a due process to even go ahead and ask for potential changes, would that impact their ability, and would that potentially open us up to some kind of challenge?
Yeah, I mean, if we need to change something in this that says, that includes some type of provision for previous, golf course communities that had view protection zones, if there's some type of language that we need to add to protect those somehow, I think we should, because, I mean, my concern is, we see it's becoming more and more difficult for golf courses to survive and make money. And I don't want to see them start to close and then people who have vested rights in these protection zones start to lose those because we haven't codified something. So I don't know. I guess I look to you all, if there is consensus from council, to look into this and see if there's some type of protective measure that can be given to folks who purchased with a view protection zone, but just because the golf course is no longer an active golf course, now all of a sudden it opens them up to lose that right that they had vested.
And
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's clear. This is basically, if you have a view protection zone, this is on someone else's property, basically. So if existing golf course that has view protection zone, let's say 100 feet, for example, and then they want to redevelop because they couldn't manage to survive with a golf course, they want to redevelop that, then council still wants to maintain that 100-foot view protection as they redevelop. Is that my understanding?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so I think that goes well with the wisdom of the verbiage there, maximum extent possible. I think that is for you to make that call. So I think there's not an issue if we can insert that into this section to allow that if any existing view protection zone must be in place if you want to redevelop into something else.
Okay, so your suggestion is to change.
It's possible instead of practical. Is that correct?
What is your suggestion, Fong, to change in number 2?
We would add that if an existing golf course has basically approved a view protection zone, it must remain. So basically.
So would it be,
In perpetuity.
Correct, right, yes.
Well, the issue that I just want to ask again, because, as everyone's aware, I'm not an attorney, but if the existing view is maintained, at what cost? If the golf course is no longer operational and it's sold to another person, then does that person then have to come in and pay for maintenance to maintain that view? Because these sections of the code only relate currently to the area over in Matanzas Woods with the former golf course where it hasn't been maintained, so you have lots of vegetation that's been growing, overtaking these fairways. So are we able then to enforce the new property owners maintaining these, and would that potentially impact their rights as property owners?
Well, I don't think the intent is that it needs to be maintained as a clean fairway golf, like just a natural view, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
I don't think that's the intent, but I support this completely as long as legally we're not in some way, fouling ourselves up with the entitlements that they have, because a lot of these golf courses technically have entitlements to be other uses within them. And so I just want to make sure we're not, getting sued because we've somehow basically prevented that other development with the view protection zone. And I support it. I think that property had a certain value based on its use on a golf course, right? And the view that you had daily. And now if that changes and someone's putting up a development inside the golf course, that changes everything, right?
Right.
So.
Yeah, no, thank you for, maybe, Fong, I'm fine with that language. If there's a pre-existing golf course had view protection zones, those shall be maintained. I think that accomplishes it, as
Correct,
long as, to Councilman Miller's point, that doesn't, infringe. I can't see how it would, but it could. I don't know, so.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure we don't.
We'll look to Mr. Duffy's research relating to that, as long as it is not considered as a taking. So then I think we should be fine, yeah.
I support it as long as it's legal.
Thank you. There's just one more thing. sorry, there's a reference to density bonuses, and I know we've kind of had this discussion on page 35. I think we talked about this when we were talking about the affordable housing.
Okay. This section here is for incentives that we have in economic development areas related to the airport. And pretty much, there's been no changes to here except for this one little caveat here for EDA number 3 for or and an industrial park, since it was originally thought to potentially house an industrial park. But as far as the residential density where you're looking at for these bonuses here,
Well, my only concern is we already get a lot of complaints about residential around the airport, so I want to make sure we're not, I mean, I know this isn't something new, but could we change something or remove this in order to maybe cut down on what we already received complaints about? Why are we giving density bonuses for economic development around the airport? I think they're doing just fine, economic development-wise.
we can potentially take a look into it. I think staff would have to speak with the city attorney regarding the provisions for Senate Bill 180, since this is already bonuses that are on the books as is. Because the original intent when we were tasked with providing these updates to Land Development Code was not essentially to rewrite the code from scratch, but to provide tweaks to be consistent with comprehensive plan, state statute, and address issues. So
No, I get that. I'm not, that's not my expectation, but this caught my eye just because we've never talked about density bonuses around the airport, and we already get complaints, and we have obviously no control over the airport, but we can control this. We can say we're not going to do residential density bonuses for economic development around the airport. So that's just my suggestion.
So I think your concern is basically providing bonuses or incentive for residential development. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. So, but if it's related to non-residential, then you don't have an issue.
No.
Okay. We'll take a closer look into that. Yeah.
So I have a question in regards to just, we keep mentioning 180 and not being more restrictive, but if we're making updates to the LDC in a way to be more consistent with a comp plan that was adopted prior to SB 180, then that's not an issue, right?
unless we get challenged.
Well, you can be sued for anything in this country, so.
SB 180 went retroactively, so I think it went into effect like a year before it actually was passed, a year or two.
Yeah, because it was in relation to the storms.
Yeah, so that's where like
quotes.
we kind of run into that scenario. Right now, I haven't seen anything that I would view that is more burdensome. Hence, I represent you guys. But where staff is, when we went through this, we didn't see any conflicts with SB 180 right now.
So what you're saying is, for instance, like our comp plan that was adopted, technically SB 180 goes retroactive on it. And so it exists and was accepted by the state, but it could potentially be challenged because of that retroactive nature.
It's a possibility.
Got you. Okay.
That's it? All right. Any other questions on that chapter? Okay, we're moving on to presentation, proposed Unified Land Development Code amendments, Chapter 4, conditions for limited specific uses and activity.
All right. I guess good afternoon now. It's just over noon. So continuing on with this, Chapter 4, it follows suit with the same formatting that we've been doing all these chapters, just trying to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and update based on statute or fix ongoing issues and codify interpretations. So Chapter 4 is typically relates to accessory structure. So we clarified Section 4.01 so that this section covers essentially any accessory structure, and it grants the land use administrator to make an interpretation. If that accessory structure is not listed, they can treat it as similar use structure for one covered by the text. So an example for that would be something along the lines of a shed is listed in Chapter 4, but if somebody wanted to have a workshop or something along those lines in their backyard that could theoretically fit within the property, the land use administrator would be able to make that interpretation that although it might not be a traditional shed, and it might be maybe someone's little office space or something along the lines, or maybe a little propane forge out in the backyard, that it could theoretically fall under some kind of related use and be covered by Chapter 4. Additionally, there's language in there that supports above-ground mechanical structures in a front yard. It requires screening. The intent is that they'd only be allowed to be within a front yard if it's infeasible to be located on a rear or side yard.
What are we talking about here? AC units?
Like AC units or like a permanently installed generator or something along those effects.
Okay, like your Generac for emergencies and
Yep,
stuff.
so, but if it's in a front yard, it would require screening, so that way it wouldn't be visible from passersby.
And currently, it can't be in front of the front facade of the home, right? Is that how it works?
Well, it's currently been allowed for a number of years via land use administrator interpretation, so this change here, along with the tweak within Chapter 3 regarding structures allowed within setbacks, this codifies that interpretation to basically continue doing what the city's been doing and just making it more clear and on the books.
Okay.
City Council may want to object to that. I think it's appropriate. The reason we're moving toward proposing that is because we look at potential smaller lot developments, and so the side setback may not be adequate in order to provide that. That's the reason why we propose to have it in the front, but close to the front wall and with screening, just in case. So
I guess the question is, how small does the lot have to be, including the appropriate setbacks, for it not to be on the side or the rear of the home, right? I mean, you still have the opportunity for the backyard.
yeah, our
as well.
smallest setback in any of the current lot is like 5 feet. That's the smallest one.
Right.
And then we already allow in existing lots is that they can encroach 2 feet into the setback. So essentially, they have some room there. But if city council thinks that forget about the front, basically mechanical equipment to place in the front, I think we are okay with that as well too. But we just want to propose it to you to see what you think about it. So.
And part of that proposal relates to if we have, as on the books currently, the smallest side yard setback is 5 feet, and that ties in the Florida Building Code for 10-foot separation for fire-rated walls and such. It also helps out people in the back, like Chief Berryhill and his team, if they had to potentially make a fire rescue out of a window or a bedroom to get somebody out. It gives them more space back there, potentially less tripping hazards or something along the lines to potentially make a rescue or put a fire out, running a hose team.
Yeah, my concern is just changing the character of the neighborhood because now everything's in the front yard, right? I know it's screened. There's screening requirements. I also don't want to be overly restrictive on this because I know a lot of people have issue with, getting code violations for improper screening of ACs or things like that in neighborhoods.
And the intent, sir, is not necessarily to change the code. It's essentially to codify that land use administrator interpretation that the city's been operating already for a number of years on. So this just puts pen to paper, so to speak.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Further along, there's language in there regarding limiting the size of accessory structures to not exceed 50% of the living area of the principal dwelling unit, with the exceptions for Estate 1, Estate 2, and agricultural zoning for essentially agricultural buildings. The intent here is that if we have a residential property or have a property where you have a principal use, whether it be a house or some kind of office. If you're going to have an accessory structure like a shed or something like that, it should be accessory to the principal use. With this was staff's intent with this proposed change, and the language for exceptions for our Estate 1, Estate 2, and agricultural zoning areas were things for like barns or stables where it's permitted to keep horses on property, that the area necessary for those agricultural uses might exceed that 50% threshold of the living area of the principal dwelling. There's language in here to provide modifications to fencing requirements to limit fences within traffic sight lines for safety purposes, increase the height for perimeter fencing walls to meet landscaping screening requirements due to adverse grading differences between adjacent properties. And one of the big ones that staff put in here, based on some feedback that staff observed, has been observing for a number of years, we've received a lot of feedback that people seem to be apprehensive to the idea of more storage facilities for whether it be storing recreational vehicles or boat parking, people having issue with not being able to keep them on their own property. So staff has floated language to modify the garage size limitations that exist currently within the LDC so that a garage could potentially reach 20 feet in height, but the maximum size of it would be 15% of the living area of the principal dwelling unit. That ties back to the language that we have for accessory structures in general, and they would have to meet the principal building setbacks for that zoning district.
Currently, we allow a 30-foot in length for the garage, so we extend that to 40 feet, so.
And then also detached garages are capped at no more than 500 square feet. So this allows people more flexibility. If they have a skiff or they have a fishing boat, to be able to store it on their property in a garage so it's still out of sight. There's still language in there that the garages still have to meet similar architectural features of the house so that it's compatible with the principal dwelling unit and the house on the property. So that way, it's the intent is that it blends in with community. And I'm sure as you've driven around the city, there are some areas that were already developed prior to the adoption of the city's land development code back in 2008 that have existing lawfully non-conforming garages that are for recreational vehicles or boats on their property that have similar architectural features. So this just codifies it and gives the residents of the city another opportunity to be able to, if they have large toys, essentially, to be able to house them on their own property and secure them better.
What's the intent for the 500 square feet for the detached?
That's an existing language right now. So once I get through this and get to the red line as you want, the idea is to actually just have it whether detached or attached. It's capped at 50% of the size of the living.
I thought you were saying the detached had to be less than 500.
No, that's the current code as is, sir.
Gotcha. I was like, we're allowing for that to happen, but then it doesn't meet the same intent as the other garage that you were mentioning, so.
That only allow for a canoe to be stored in that.
So based on the proposed, the maximum that they can get is basically 800 square feet. So you got 20 feet and then 40 feet in depth.
Depending on the size of the house on the property and the underlying zoning district.
Right, the percentage. How does that work if you have a attached garage and a detached garage?
So it's looking at the living area. So I think realistically, and this might be a conversation we'll have to have, but the way the draft language is, it's the size of the garage space is capped at 50%. So if your house has, say, let's use a big round number, living area of 2,000 square feet. You might have some unconditioned areas that might not be considered living area, but that gives you 1,000 square foot area for garage. Whether you have a 500 square foot attached garage and a 500 square foot detached, you're still under that maximum cap of that 50% of living area, and you still have to meet the setbacks.
Okay, so if you had a big enough lot, you could have two separate max garages, essentially. You just need that square footage that allows for that to happen.
With the provisions of this update, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw one in the P section the other day, and it was a regular, was it 400 square foot garage, and then it had right next to it, a large garage set up for an RV, but it was all part of the same structure of the house.
Yeah, I think I've seen that house. I think they have a they share a roof line, so to speak.
They do.
And then I think it's on 2 lots, right? So the garage is maybe on that.
This is on one lot. I just think, but the house itself it's a big house.
There's door knocking is interesting because you do come across all these legally non-conforming properties, and you're just scratching your head on how that happened.
Yeah, I mean, I have requests from several builders requesting this.
So the garage
provision
thing,
here.
I've heard this before from
Yeah.
builders, that we have a more restricted code on the garages than any other community that they work
Right.
in. And for the life of me, common sense would say, aside from it being all garage and no house, like why would we have those restrictions? So I have no, I think this is a good move.
I think it is too. I think it's
And I
in
think
line with our community.
It clears up more of these same issues that we've had in the past where we're talking about commercial vehicles and things like that. If you have more space to kind of hide these out of plain view, it creates less issues with code compliance and, public relations in terms of the city and residents and things like that. So I support this.
I commend the forethought from you all on this one for sure.
Thank you. Moving along, there's provisions in our LDC and current interpretation that if someone has waterfront property and they have a boathouse, that the roof material has to match the principal dwelling unit's roof type, as far as materials, color. So this LDC update provides a codification of a land use administrative interpretation in the event that the principal dwelling has something like a clay tile roof, where the weight of that might not be necessarily either feasible from a structural standpoint for a boathouse roof or economic, where something like shingle tile might work just fine for the boathouse. However, the colors still have to match, and that's just codifying an interpretation that's been happening for a number of years, as previously permitted by the land use administrator.
Should we add, because of the onslaught of them in the last several years, metal roofs to this? So I would say if a dwelling has a clay tile or metal roof, colors must match. I don't know of a single boathouse that has a metal roof on it, but I know we're seeing a lot of houses that have them, and it's
My aunt
much
has
more
one,
expensive.
but she's in county.
Oh, really?
But yeah, they have the same roof, and it's metal on both the house and the.
It's just a lot more expensive to do a metal roof.
Now,
obviously.
with the metal roof, that's still what, we could definitely entertain that with a consensus of the council. Currently, we don't allow for like corrugated, like tin roofs or anything like that, so it would still have to have similar appearance than, for.
Well, that's why I
to
say
get
it
away
would
from
still, the colors must still match, so you would just add if the dwelling has a clay tile or a metal roof.
So like the main dwelling has metal in green, then you could do the shingle in that same color on the boathouse.
Sure, we could definitely take a look at it and probably fix an issue if anyone had the, the Tesla company solar roof panels or whatever they are, that basically act as solar shingles.
Interesting. Is that okay with council? Are you all okay with that?
Yeah, that's the interpretation that's already been going on. And,
You good, Councilman Sullivan?
I've got concrete tile on both.
All righty then.
legally non-conforming.
Yeah. Is that all of your change? I just had a couple. Are you all done? I don't
Oh,
know.
no, I got more pages. I just
Okay.
wasn't sure if you were done talking about the boathouse roofs.
Good.
Additionally, there's language in there to treat gazebos and pergolas the same as sheds. So essentially, my interpretation of a gazebo pergola, it's just a shed without walls, so to speak. So there's provisions in there that allow sheds under 100 feet or less to be a little closer to side or rear setbacks. So the LDC changes just makes it so that a gazebo pergola is treated the same as a shed in that regard. Additionally, there's language in there at the request of our building official regarding play sets, playhouses, similar structures, regarding a max height, locational siting requirements. We floated having locational siting requirements to basically essentially match the shed or gazebo pergola standards, but that it would be capped at a maximum height of 12 feet to reduce risk of fall or injury. And additionally, for any kind of situation where it might be problematic with adjacent neighbors, whether you have kids 20 feet up or something like that, look into someone's yard or whatever the case might be. The intent with that is not to go about permitting or requiring permits for the construction of a backyard play area, so to speak, but to provide language so that way if it becomes problematic, then there's siting locational requirements. Now, my understanding of the Florida Building Code, there's provision in the Florida Building Code that a playhouse would require a building permit, I believe, if it exceeds 120 square feet in size. Additionally, there's language in here that provides language for residential manufactured buildings to be compliant with a new update in Chapter 553 of Florida statutes. They have to be permitted within manufactured or mobile home parks or subdivisions. Or also, as I get a little further in, recreational vehicle parks. And essentially with the language for residential manufactured buildings, they can't have any, with the way the new state law is, they can't have any more stringent requirements that we wouldn't treat for a site-built single-family residence. So this is just language in there that keeps us compliant with state law. Additionally, our Land Development Code has home occupations class 1, 2, and 3. That's all been struck to be consistent with the Florida statute regarding home-based businesses, which was adopted, I think it was the 2018 year or 2019, somewhere along those lines. So it's just another change to be consistent with state law. There's a couple just minor grammatic corrections that, since I was going about updating this, I wanted to make it read a little clearer. There's additional language in there for expanding what's allowed at a recreational vehicle park. Essentially language to allow for playgrounds, dog parks, clubhouse, accessory restaurants, similar uses, language for cabins, the residential manufactured buildings that are required by state law. The big thing, though, to key in on it is that we've, in that provision, maintain the cap of 6 months that someone can stay in one of these in a 1-year period to preserve their transient nature, because we don't want to essentially treat it as a recreational park as a permanent dwelling unit. Additionally, as I mentioned about Live Local, the provisions that the council adopted a couple of years ago for Live Local under Section 3.06 have moved to Section 4.23, and it's been modified to be consistent with all the amendments the Florida legislature has passed, including the most recent House Bill 1389 from this last year's session of 2026 that becomes effective, I believe, July 1. Some of the key changes on there previously, we didn't permit Live Local projects within MPDs. Now the state made us so they're allowed within non-residential portions of MPDs, government or school-owned properties, or property owned by a house of worship that's at least 3 acres in size, that's had a house of worship or a church on site for at least the last 10 years. There's the state preempted us additionally, and I swear they must have read our ordinance at some point, that required provisions for having 35% of the building area be used for non-residential uses. When they originally adopted that act, there was provision for communities like ours where we have less than 20% of land area that we designate for non-residential industrial uses to require a mixed-use project. Well, they capped it. We can only require 10% for non-residential uses. So the provision puts the requirement for the cap at 10%. However, since the state mandates at least 65% is used for residential, it's silent on a cap for residential components. So the proposed update caps the residential component at 70%, which then allows the developer a little bit more flexibility if they wanted to exceed the 10% non-residential component size. It gives them a little bit more flexibility. However, if they didn't want to increase the size of their non-residential component, then the additional area would be more open space for the actual site. At this point, I'll go ahead, I'll pull up the red line portion I'm sure the mayor is going to ask for, but I'm available for any additional questions you have.
Questions from the council?
Can we talk about the gazebo change? So what I'm understanding is that, based on what I remember, I think it's 100 square feet for auto permit for sheds. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
So basically, we're saying that if we have a 100 square foot gazebo, pergola, whatever, it would be auto permitted, and it would have the same setback requirements as the shed, which is 5 feet, I think.
With the LDC, the setback area would match, since the permitting process isn't necessarily laid out within the land development code. I'd have to confer with our community development team as far as whether or not pergolas or gazebos would be an auto
Okay,
permit.
you had just said you were making it consistent with the shed
That was
process,
the
so-
intent with the LDC, yes.
It's currently basically you do a self permitting,
Mhm.
and then we only look at basically the setback, make sure that you're not encroaching to the setback.
Got you. And then on the playset, so
And I'll scroll over to that area for you real quick.
I'm with you on the, you don't want someone peering over someone's fence into a window or something like that. On the, we don't want kids being high up. I'm not necessarily with us on that one because I think that's the purview of the parent. And, we don't need government telling you that 11 feet's okay, but 12 feet is not, when we were climbing in 40-foot trees when we were kids. So to that extent, I think it still doesn't really change anything because I agree with, we don't want people, invading privacy in homes.
So the intents are on the 12 feet, and I agree with you on climbing trees. I used to be one of them, 40, 50 feet up in the air, and one time fell through and landed on another branch. But doing research for some of these play sets, I learned not to fall. But doing some research on these play sets, visiting some areas like Academy Sports that sell a lot of them, it seems kind of almost industry standard. The maximum height of a lot of these are 12 feet. And since we already had a
You
height,
haven't been to Costco recently because there's a 3story one in there.
I'll have to send Mr. Nguyen because I know he loves it. But
I'm just because I got lobbied very extensively by my son that we needed to make that purchase. So, but there's a rather large. There's like it's probably about 18 feet because they're each story is like 6 feet. Or 5 feet,
I fully get you. The idea here is the other part of it, the 12-foot also tied over to what sheds were already permitted for accessory structures. So we just mirrored that with this section as well. And then as you see on there, since this provision came from our building division, there's language in there to not allow for electrical or plumbing installation. So sadly, sir, your son won't be able to have a water slide on his playset. That's the full intent. We don't want these to be ADUs.
Sorry, I just wanted to go through it. I don't think, even though I disagree with the premise of like the height for safety, the other premise still is viable and consistency with other structures.
All right, so thank you. I had a few. So on the fence height, and there aren't page numbers, so I apologize. It's section 4.01.02, subsection A2. I bring this up because we had an incident that I think we can avoid in the future. So if you scroll down, Mr. Hanson, to height, there you go.
No, A2.
Yeah, under B, it says the maximum height of a fence while located in the interior side behind the nearest front building facade shall be 6 feet unless otherwise specified in this code or as approved by the land use administrator for health, safety, or environmental protection purposes. In other words, if we have these maximum fence heights, but if the land use administrator determines that for health, safety, or environmental protection purposes, a fence shall be or can be bigger or taller than 6 feet, it may be. And I just think that that's subjective. I don't agree with that. I think if somebody wants a variance to the height of their fence, they need to go through the proper variance procedure like anything else, whether that goes before PLDRB or something to that effect. And the reason I say this is because, and we have an incident that occurred, but I don't want to base this on one incident, but I can see it being a recurring thing. Essentially, somebody got approved for a taller fence, and the person next to them is now going, well, I now want my fence to be taller because I feel that my safety has been threatened as well. And what's to say that somebody else can't come along and say, well, I would feel safe because I've got 3-year-old kids if my fence were higher. So I just see this, opening up a door and being a very subjective and challengeable portion of the code. So I don't know if we just need to get rid of it and say it's 6 feet and that's it, or if it needs to say unless otherwise approved by PLDRB or something to that effect.
Yeah, our current code basically also allows an additional 12 feet of lattice on top of the 6 feet. And the one of the requirement that we looked at is the ground elevation. If there's substantial ground elevation difference, that's one of the primary consideration for that.
But that's measurable, right?
Yes, that's very measurable.
So that's different. I think if it's something that's measurable, then sure. And I fully support having, let's say there's, if there's more than a 1 foot difference, then the fence can be adjusted accordingly, because that's an objective, measurable, something that, we can actually attach to just objectively. This is not that.
The case that you refer to, the primary reason is basically part of that is the difference in elevation. If you look at the elevation and you measure the as-built elevation, the difference can reach anywhere between 20 to 28 inches in elevation difference. And that's the reason why it was granted for.
And that's
for
fine,
that. Yeah.
if that's the case on that one, but it doesn't really fix this problem, right? This is still here. So in other words, for safety, health, and environmental protection purposes, well, I don't even know what that means, the land use administrator can just grant somebody a taller fence, and I don't agree with that. So I would either say we just get rid of the unless portion, or it has to go before PLDRB through an application process.
Question though, when we're talking about the elevation, right, and we're talking about that being defined, are you saying that we're looking at some other portion of the LDC to define that, or are you saying that's just part of this land use administrator approval?
No, we did introduce basically the height difference in there for basically the change in the height requirement beyond the 6 feet. For example, we have a subdivisions adjacent to an existing ITT platted lots, and then they brought up the soil basically 3 or 4 feet higher. So the lot that is in the new subdivision basically is 3 to 4 feet high, and then they can overlook, the backyard.
So that's
of
for
the neighborhood.
privacy purposes, right?
And things like that, situation like that, we would basically, we introduce two things. Introduce that the existing resident may be able to increase their height to 8 feet, or we also require that even though between residence to residence, there's no buffer requirement, but we introduce basically a perimeter buffer requirement for new subdivision that comes in. So that to kind of minimize that privacy.
Question for you, because I believe it was like 8 months ago, maybe a year ago, that we were receiving emails. But if the premise is that for 2 single-story buildings and one's 2 feet taller, well, what about a second story that has a window that overlooks your? So are we allowing that same variance on the fence if there's a second-story window overlooking somebody's backyard? I mean, it's the same premise, right? That there's a kind of a privacy violation going on right there. That now somebody is 14 feet in the air looking down into your backyard.
Well, we don't restrict the stories of.
I know, that's
of a
what I'm
building,
saying.
so,
I'm just saying
yeah.
if that's the reasoning behind it, then that is also happening in other scenarios that we're not addressing. You know what I mean? At least we're not addressing consistently.
Well, and I guess that's kind of my point, right? So what is to say that, somebody doesn't come along and say, I feel unsafe because my neighbor in their 2-story house is looking into my backyard. I just think that this is, if it were me, I would get rid of this. So the maximum height of a fence or wall located in interior side or rear yards behind the nearest front building facade shall be 6 feet, period. And then we have an objective number or letter or whatever, subdivision under this that says, if a adjacent yard development, whatever, is 12 feet or higher, compared to your elevation, then you can adjust your fence or add lattice, whatever it may be, accordingly. That way we have an objective criteria, but we get rid of this subjective ability to allow people to put in taller fences for reasons that, Mr. Miller just brought up.
I think I would agree with that. Makes my job a lot easier. So,
So do we have consensus to do that?
I was thinking, when it comes to safety, environmental protection purposes like that for the land use administrator, there's certain situations you could have, because of the nature of the business, they could want a much higher fence. And sometimes with even concertina wire on the top for a security purpose, or barbed wire on top, depending on their security needs.
Yeah, but this is
Sir, if I could
residential.
clarify, there is language in here for non-residential.
Okay.
Can get up to 8 feet, and there's language for security provisions. Just to clarify, I think some of the safety issues on this potentially that I haven't seen here, but at previous jurisdictions I've worked at, have dealt with people having dogs on the property that can hurdle over a 6-foot-high fence. It's not obviously not going to happen with a Chiweenie or anything like that, but some of the larger dogs might be able to get over that height. So case by case, but with council direction, I see no issue with them applying for a variance for that height increase.
Yeah, someone just
Yeah.
brought this to my attention the other day about, the house being higher than theirs and about extending their fence up. So they could possibly do it with, what is it called?
the lattice, yeah.
The lattice, right?
Yes, sir, yeah.
And you said up to 12 feet with the lattice?
No, 12 inches, yeah.
12 inches, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
You said 12
You
feet.
did say 12
Yes.
feet. Yeah, I caught that.
I
But I
was-
knew you meant.
When you said it, I said, why would anybody ever do that?
When he was saying 12 feet, I think he was talking about down here regarding public or private recreation sports fields,
I was like, damn, that's a house.
essentially for keeping baseballs within the play field.
No, they can add another foot of lattice.
And
There you go.
that is already in the code, right?
Yes,
We
that's
have
in the
that.
code.
Okay, so,
Correct, yes.
so then, yeah, I would like
just
consensus
strike
to
that?
remove this.
Strike
Or
that?
do we have the ability to somebody right now to apply for a variance with PLDRB for a taller fence?
Right now, we don't. So we can basically amend that.
That's what I think
Yeah.
we should do.
Just move it to the variance.
Essentially,
Yes.
if we strike that last sentence, since it's a dimensional requirement, it would then, that variance request would fall to the planning board for any kind of
Correct.
potential variance.
Yeah,
We'll,
think that's more fair.
We'll clarify the language in there, yeah.
We
perfect.
have consensus, everybody good with that? All right.
Two more things. So we have talked about, and I know, Tracy, you've been involved in this previously, about docks and lengths and floating docks and all those things and the crazy dimensions that we've come up with that can get kind of wonky depending on the configuration of your property. Is there any reason to update that? Is what we have now pretty standard, or should we look into maybe updating or standardizing the current measurements?
We haven't had any issues with
Okay.
the dimensional standards that we have. We have to be really careful going any bigger because, people put these slips in and then they're not like really looking at their neighbor. And I have to make sure when I do a review that you might have to move over a little bit because your neighbor won't be able to get into his boat slip. So what we have now, I think it's about as big as we should go.
Okay, I ask because, we have had a lot of people who say, look, because of the dredging issues, I really can't even get my boat on my boat lift depending on the time of day. So my thinking on it is if we were able to extend just a little bit, I know we then have to be mindful of the navigable space, right? But if I can extend out a little bit further, perhaps I would be able to get my boat on my boat lift, even though the dredging, because otherwise some people are complaining, and I've seen it, during low tide, we're at a couple feet, and they can't get their boat on their boat lift.
Yeah, a lot of people are having to now tie on the outside of their
Correct.
slip if they know they're going to use their boat and the tide is going to be low. They're having to put their boat on the outside. So, and some boats are wide, so we have to worry. We really can't go any deeper or project further into the canal because somebody has a catamaran on the other side tied onto the outside of their dock, and then you have, it's going to create navigational issues on the canals.
Okay, I at least wanted to make sure we discussed it because I know there's been some various concerns surrounding that. So, okay, thank you for that. And then the other question I had surrounding this issue, seawalls. I know we had, and I think it was before this council, or it may have been maybe right at 2 years ago, we talked about seawalls on vacant lots.
It was this council.
It was this council.
At least we did as well, if the previous
Okay,
council.
so, sorry, I just don't recall.
Yeah.
Where are we at with that as far as requiring seawalls on vacant lots in order to? Okay.
There's
and then-
provisions right here regarding seawall revetment development on undeveloped property. But currently, as this LDC has, we have no proposed changes regarding the seawall section here.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure we asked.
What I had called for was a unified seawall standard.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think though we specifically had asked for it, regardless of whether we include other people within this or other municipalities or the county, our concern is these are causing erosion,
They are.
regardless of the language that we already have to prevent erosion. And I think we've gotten to the point where there's few enough that it's feasible to say, hey, you've got to put a seawall up to prevent the runoff into the canals.
So maybe it's just an update on enforcement of this code. Maybe we just need an enforcement update because I haven't seen this enforced against anybody.
Are you asking for construction of seawalls on vacant lots?
Yes.
I see, okay.
Yeah.
That's what we talked about.
Well, because it's saying right here about preventing soil runoff, that's going on right now in the city.
And it's affecting neighboring lots.
And in all honesty, if we find the funding to do dredging, right? I don't want to dredge it and have this continue to run off into it, and then we're just throwing money away.
So we're saying that's an enforcement.
What does
We
this
could pass
specifically
a
say?
I think we should. I think we should pass the unified seawall standard, yeah.
Have you guys worked on that at all?
If that's our council's, wish, is that please also consider the financial impact to the property owners. Are you looking at like a 80-foot wide or 100-foot wide of a seawall? You're talking about at least $100,000 just to put in a seawall. So just to let you know.
You got to compare that to the cost of the city as far as the runoff and the damage to other people's property.
Right.
Yeah,
so-
that to me, when you're in between two property owners who already have a seawall and you are damaging your neighbor's property.
On top of that, these are 60-year-old plats, right? So there's been time, right? And these are the first neighborhoods in Palm Coast. So
I think we were giving them 365 days, right? Wasn't that what we discussed to get it done?
yeah, I think that's
I don't know
reasonable.
if we came to a consensus on that
So
specific
also
time.
get back to the permitting of the docks is that we not only just review narrowly just for that lot where we look at the property line setback and all that, but we also look at the width of the canal just to make sure that there's sufficient room for navigation. So,
No, thank you for that. I think maybe we just bring that specific topic back, so not to get derailed, but the seawall issue needs to be resolved. Seawalls on vacant lots, whether it's in this code or it's a resolution, whatever it is that we need to do. I felt like we tied a bow on that issue, maybe not.
Yeah, we asked for this to come back for sure.
Yeah, so that needs to happen. I remember specifically talking about it.
so
and
do you
agreeing
want to
to it.
suggest basically a co-amendment to require seawall on vacant lots?
Vacant lots.
Both, this is basically mainly on water only or
And the saltwater.
on saltwater only?
On
Yes.
the canals specifically, right? We're not
Not
trying
fresh
to
water, right?
Necessarily.
No.
Okay.
No.
A good starting point, Fawn, would be to know exactly how many vacant lots we have in the C section now. That would be a starting point for me.
Yes.
Just, I don't know if you could have the cops, the cops program that runs the canals, count them. Just take a
Okay.
day and count them and tell us how many are there.
So we can bring it back, that's an easy task. We can bring back to you to give you the number of basically vacant lots on Saltwater Canal. And then from there, we still have the opportunity to bring it back to you before the LDC wrap-up, which is in July, and propose some language in there requiring seawall.
Yeah.
That sounds like a plan.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you for that.
We may have to
Yeah, I
verify
was gonna
with
make sure
Marcus
that,
regarding financial
Yeah.
takings.
and Grand Haven as well.
You said financial takings, you said?
Yeah, I was just trying to add that we'll have to verify with the city attorney whether or not if we're going to require individual private property owners to develop seawalls on vacant lots, whether it would potentially constitute some kind of financial taking and put us into a potential legal challengeable area.
Well, either that, or we need to start finding people for the erosion that they're causing their neighboring
Right.
lots.
If they're not adhering to what already exists, and we're saying that we now need to legislate seawalls in order to make this actually happen, then one of the two needs to happen. The enforcement needs to happen, or we go this route and we say it's a mandatory requirement that you do this because you're obviously not preventing runoff into the canals.
Right. Okay, the last one was the duplex residential developments. I know when this was before us, it's section 4.08.02. When Mr. Amaral and Mrs. Amaral came to us with their suggestion regarding the duplex lots, we talked about the splitting of current duplexes as far as fee title ownership. I don't know if council still wanted to discuss that because as it reads, if somebody wanted to say sell half of, because it allows them to sell half of their duplex. But if they did that, they'd then have to create this basically condominium association, which.
Your neighbor basically get to vote on everything.
Yeah, it's bizarre. So I just think that we need to get rid of that and figure out, maybe it's looking at what other, municipalities do in situations like this, or maybe this is standard, but this is bizarre to me. I mean, if I want to sell half of my duplex to a stranger, but now I have to basically enter into a two-person condominium association with bylaws and make it a nonprofit and all of that, that's really onerous. So I would suggest we relook at this again and make some changes that make more sense for people. Particularly as to Councilman Gambaro's point, if we're looking at ways at helping to increase affordable housing, no one who says, I think I want to sell my duplex in order, to help a, single person, teacher, young firefighter, cop, whatever. But now we have to enter and create this weird condominium association thing.
Why was that put into place?
It's because you have to have consistent, architecture and things like that.
Yeah.
So like now you've got two sides that are two different owners, and one's like, I want to paint my house red. The other one's like, I hate red.
I think Ms. Lenz can kind of give you an update on that. She has done research on this matter.
Hi, Estelle with Community Development. Just wanted to add, that's one of the options for splitting the duplex. So if they want to split the lot, nobody has ever done that. They split the lot and they just, instead of just condoing it and the people owning inside the walls of the two different duplexes, they literally split the lot fee simple with the land and everything. So they still have to build a duplex that matches, it meets all our code. They have to have the firewall, they have to have the separate utilities, and then then they split it and they sell it for the two different ownerships, but they own that half of the condo, the building, and that half of the land as well. So it's not condoed.
Okay.
They own the land and the building, that half of the building.
Right, but they're still entering into an association that they have to come to mutual agreements with?
Not necessarily, sir. If you look at the language existing says may be converted to the condominium, it doesn't say shall be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's ultimately up to the property owners if they want to go into that kind of condo form of ownership.
And I did research that when you asked about that but last time, Ms. Pontieri, and most of the other municipalities actually say that that's how they handle it. is by condominium.
Interesting.
So theirs would essentially say shall instead of may.
Yeah, so
this
we just, for
scenario.
us, it's an option that nobody really has exercised. They
I
always
mean, why
just-
would you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's really
yeah.
weird. Okay. No, well, if it's standard, that's why I said if it's standard, it's standard. I just find it to be very bizarre, but okay.
Yeah, it's pretty common because, duplex building is supposed to be basically slated for two separate family, to live there, share in one building, basically.
Yeah, but
right?
typically
And then
that's a rental
somehow,
property.
magically, they worked it out. So if the roof is basically needs replacement, somehow they worked it out between the two of them. So
Yeah, but I don't think, I mean, obviously there must be, but it's probably not a high volume use case for two separate owners of the same. Usually it's one landowner that either rents both sides out or one person lives in one side and rents the other side out, but one person controls both sides in terms of ownership.
D.R. Horton seems to be the one that's been doing that the most, and they actually, when they know they're going to build the duplex for two separate owners, they actually have them enter into a private agreement about the roof and that sort of thing, so.
Interesting. Okay. Sorry, there was one more thing, that we have the live local stuff in this chapter. And since Tallahassee won't allow us to control density, thank you, Estelle, I'm sorry, thank you for that. I think that we should at least do everything we can to control and ensure developments are attractive, compatible, infrastructure ready, and protective of existing neighborhoods. So to the extent, and I know there was a lot that you all added, but to the extent we can require quality materials, parking lot screening, open space requirements, tree preservation, stormwater, very high stormwater standards, all of those things, I just want to make sure we're doing what we can to ensure quality developments. Our hands are being forced and everything else. So
Yes, ma'am. And with this section for the live local part, you'll notice it's all red because I moved it over from chapter 3. So in the chapter 3, there was a language that had the strike through kind of underlying aspect of it. But the intent here is that the preemptions that the state set up with live local, it doesn't tie our hands, so to speak, to not be able to require screening or our parking lot standards. So the only provision with parking is that they can get a 20% parking reduction.
Right.
But for the number of parking spaces, but as far as the design and materials, that all has to meet all our architectural requirements that we have under Chapter 13, or our screening requirements that you see under Chapter 11. So knock on wood, because as I said earlier, I think Tallahassee read our last ordinance regarding live local. We'll see if, I guess, they come up with a version 5.0 next year that starts talking about screening and material choices.
So everything that is currently in our code for regular residential, as far as wetland buffers,
That all
buffer
applies.
requirements, all of that stuff,
That's accurate.
we've maintained all of that. Okay.
They said, I mean, even if you're going to override us, it should still be compatible with everything else.
Mhm.
I would hope.
And can we require, or can we put in place or enforce, like, historical overlays, or, what's the other one? The environmental, environmental protection overlays or anything like that?
So-
Like, I think Old Kings Road, wasn't Old Kings Road a historical corridor?
It's great that you actually answer that, because with the provisions over the last couple of years, there's been a couple additional exemptions. So there was language in there that's in statute, and if anyone's a nerd and likes numbers, Florida Statute 166.04151, subsection 7, that has exemptions regarding like the Florida Everglade area that doesn't obviously apply to us. So previously, the only exemption related to the airport within a quarter mile of its runway or extension. But with the additions, there's language in here that if there's area that is intended for open character land but not included areas such to meet open space requirements or recreational level services or parkland, that area is exempt from the potential for live local. And then also any portion of a property that has a recorded conservation easement. So if a property does a conservation easement, then that area is basically off the books for potential of local development as well.
So are we not able to add historical corridors or environmental corridors, anything like that, to the exemptions?
These exemptions that I have tie directly related to Florida statutes. So as of yet, I haven't seen anything in there regarding anything that's either locally, state, or nationally designated on any kind of register for historical overlays or structures.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
That's it. You guys want to do lunch or push through? Is it here? Okay. All right, it's en route. We're going to keep pressing on. Any other questions? We're going to move on to presentation for Chapter 11, Tree Protection, Landscaping Buffers, and Irrigation of the Land Development Code. Item 6.
Mr. Dylan Rodriguez and Mr. Rick Picatachi will present that.
Thank you, everyone.
While they're setting up, just wanted to let everybody know that I have a meeting, so I have to take off. Just want to add for my final commentary that we got the World Cup starting. So great event. So everybody stay tuned for the USA.
Okay, good afternoon, members of the council. We're here for Chapter 11. Try to be as brief as we can and get through this. I'm Richard Picatachi, landscape architect for the city. This is Dylan Rodriguez, our environmental planner. Okay, the Land Development Code Amendments, Chapter 11, tree protection, landscaping, buffers, and irrigation. First section of the amendment is landscaping and buffer requirements. We modified the requirements to use native and drought-tolerant vegetation for new development. Clarified buffer requirements, including adjustments to buffer widths and maintaining intent. That's changing the shape of a buffer but not making it smaller. We updated standards for the use of existing trees, including pine tree credits and limitations on those credits. With regard to planting standards and design requirements, we established requirements for foundation plantings in residential developments. We clarified tree replacement ratios and use of palm trees as substitutes for shade trees. We defined limits on the use of understory trees in place of shade trees. And we updated screening requirements for mechanical equipment and transformers. In regard to irrigation and maintenance requirements, we required moisture sensing or smart irrigation systems for all developments, established mulching standards for planting areas. We required certified arborists for certain tree maintenance activities. We required landscape and irrigation as-built drawings prior to certificate of occupancy with exception. And then lastly, with regard to enforcement, remediation, and penalties, we require irrigation of replanting for sites that are cleared without proper approval. So if you cut some trees down and you weren't supposed to, you have to plant them and irrigate them back. And I think we got through it already. If you have any questions, we'd
All
like
right,
to.
thank you, sir. Pull up the red line version in case we have any questions.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
I hate to go back to the county all the time, but the county just went through a pretty detailed look at this in the last couple of years and changed things. Are we in sync with them on this, or do we have a lot of differences, especially on the tree requirements?
We haven't really did any comparison with what the county calls for, so I don't have an answer for that.
So you haven't, okay, I just wondering.
So you don't look at county at all? You guys never look at county?
No.
So who's, well, I was going to ask the question, who's more stringent?
I
city or-
think the county now has become pretty stringent because there was a lot of subjective things going on when, the diameter of the trees and.
Yeah,
all that
I'll
kind of
actually get a question from Andy Dance every once in a while about tree sizes and tree mitigation methodologies. He actually came and sat down with me for an hour once and went through our code.
I'm not saying I'm fine. I just was wondering if there was any.
But there's no official coordination or trying to keep it the same.
Okay, anyone have any issues? Any issues with any of the changes, Vice Mayor?
I have a kind of a general question that I think could be woven throughout this section. So, obviously, when we have some of these older significant trees removed, planting back a baby tree is not the same. Do we have the ability to, let's say one large historical tree is removed, what do we say now has to be planted in its place? One tree?
It goes by diameter inches. So if there was a 40-inch oak tree that cut down, you divide the 40, and you would have to replace them with 3.5-inch caliper trees, not baby trees. 3.5 caliper is a substantial tree. So you divide the 40 by 3.5 inches, and that's the number of trees you have to plant.
Okay, so we try to do comparable.
Yes, and for specimen trees, which is 36 inches and up, or I'm sorry, 24 and up, it's 3-inch caliper trees rather than 3.5-inch caliper. So as the trees step up and down, the replacement requirements go along with it.
Got it. Okay, perfect. And then penalty. I've also seen where buffers have been taken down or land has been cleared when it shouldn't have been. Historical trees have been removed. And to me, just, I don't know. I guess my question is, what is that penalty? And, do they have to then put back more than what we would have otherwise required?
No, we would require that they put back the same buffer that was required initially, not more. Not unless, it depends how it happens. If sometimes they say, yeah, our guy was on equipment and he didn't know it and he took him out, and we're going to replace him, everything's good. But if people get to be habitual accident removers of buffers, then we might start to fine them through our enforcement department.
Yeah, I would advocate for finding regardless of whether or not they're habitual, because I wouldn't be surprised if this kind of mentality occurred. Oopsie, kind of do it and ask for forgiveness. And, once that stuff is down, it's down. I mean, you can say, yes, you're going to plant, okay, here's a really good example. The Live Local development that's going in on Old Kings right now, all of that obviously was forestry. And now they've got they're like little Charlie Brown trees coming out of the ground. They're these little skimpy things. And yes, eventually they'll grow into something. But my point is, once you clear land, it's not the same when you plant these trees back. It won't be the same for quite some time. And you're affecting neighboring properties. So to me, now the neighboring properties are stuck with what the developer did, or the builder, whoever it is that cleared the land. And we're not penalizing them. We're telling them, yes, you got to put trees back, but they should have to do that anyways. I think there needs to be some type of financial penalty for these people as a deterrence.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, right now, if it's less than the size of a specimen or historic trees, we basically would probably allow them to clear it. So we don't have any basically mechanism in order to fine them. About 7 years ago, St. Johns County was basically fed up with that. So they imposed a fine of, I think, $35,000 per acre if you clear it, regardless of what it is there. Right now, the only thing that we could do is that if they clear it and we found out that there were basically, specimen or historical trees, then we basically did what Mr. Picatachi said, that, If it's 40 inches, then you need to replace another 10 trees of caliber of 3.5 inches or higher, you know, so.
Well, then I think we should do what St. Johns County did. If land is cleared when it shouldn't be, or if buffers are removed when they shouldn't be, we need to fine by thousands and thousands of dollars. We are not talking about a mom and pop who doesn't know what they're doing or shouldn't know what they're doing when they're going and clearing our land. And again, they're affecting detrimentally other people who had nothing to do with what they did. So I do think that we should impose a pretty hefty penalty. I don't know what
Right,
council's
so-
feeling on that is, but. Yeah, maybe we look and see what the county's doing.
Yes, ma'am, we can definitely do that. And as well in our code, we added tree protection barricades in here, so that should help on the preemptive side as well, preventing them, because it defines a very clear area of what trees are supposed to be preserved. It's supposed to be depicted on the site plan as well. So by incorporating in that code, we're hoping to be more preemptive as well, but we'll definitely look into the fine as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I support benchmarking, see what other folks
Yeah.
are doing.
I haven't gotten it too into the weeds on the Ford. Has everybody seen those emails?
Yes, the Ford dealership, yeah.
And there was another place, I think, that cleared a bunch of trees too. But that's being litigated, I'm assuming, the whole thing with Ford. Anything else, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, and the other kind of high-level thing is our hard canopy. Is there anything that we can do without imposing on private property rights to further protect our hard canopy? I do see that there's reference to it in the tree protection measures. I see Canopy Road. There is reference to Colbert Lane and also Palm Coast Parkway east of 95 and along Palm Harbor Parkway south of the Hammock Dunes Bridge. So I see that it is specifically called out in the code. But I was wondering if there's anything that we can do to kind of beef up, for lack of a better term, protection of those areas, because that hard canopy is so valuable to our city. I'm not sure, like I said, if there's anything that we can do without, it becoming a taking or something to that effect.
Well, the areas that you mentioned are already under a more severe protection. They have a 35-foot wide buffer, rather than outside of that area, the largest buffer is 25 feet. And they did that specifically to protect those large trees and to make it difficult for anyone to develop there and remove those canopy corridors that we call them.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, the area that you mentioned, basically, it is currently in our policies already for that protection. It basically will not allow any widening of roadways within that area. So unless you want more stringent requirements, other than that, right now it's pretty well protected for that area.
Yeah, no, and I do recognize that, and I appreciate it. For instance, so if you go to 11.02.04 under B, it says tree protection during clearing or tree trimming activities. Protected trees, including their tree protection zones and front buffer areas, shall be preserved if, quote, trees are in good condition and, quote, do not impede access or visibility into or out of the site. To me, what is good condition and do not impede access? Well, I mean, you could argue that many trees certainly impedes access. So does that mean that they can remove them because it impedes access? So it's language like that that just concerns me from the standpoint of basically an argument being able to be made that this tree impedes access and therefore I can remove it. Or visibility into or out of the site. I mean, certainly those trees impede visibility.
Well, visibility is a safety factor, and there's site triangles that are spelled out depending upon which category of streets are intersecting with others. And you in those areas, you have to keep below 2 feet with low shrubs or above 7 feet, where any trees would have to be limbed up. So you have that 7 to 2 foot zone when you're looking to see who's pulling out, coming. So,
So are we talking about roadways in this section?
in that situation, yes. In other situations, if there is a a large tree and it's infested with some kind of virus or fungus or insect, and we don't fight to maintain that tree. If it's in bad shape, and when they want to take it down, we'll work with them to do that. But I'm not sure what other questions you had.
Well, I guess, you know, when what you just described seems to be on roads. So in other words, if you're driving down Palm Coast Parkway and it's starting to impede on the road, okay? But that's not the way this reads. So you know, when we're talking about clearing trees, does it just require adding language? Well, first of all, a tree in good condition. If a tree that's not in good condition is one that has a fungus that is, you know, of a certain level, then maybe adding that objectivity or impeding access or visibility on a roadway, adding that language, because right now, as it reads, it doesn't read the way you just explained it. I agree with what you just explained.
So you basically are concerning about outside of the tree protection zone. The tree protection zone typically is within like a certain right-of-way. Outside of that, any development that's going to come into the city, basically we require a tree survey. And then from the tree survey, we can identify any trees that are damaged or any specimen or historic trees. And once we have that survey, and let's say if they make a decision to basically clear out everything, then they basically have to mitigate for that. That I'm not sure. Is that what your concern is within outside of those area protection zone?
Yes, where the hard canopy is, and where that area east of 95 in Palm Harbor and the hammock, yes, that is my concern. That's why I say I don't know what we can do to further protect that without it resulting in a taking. But I would like to see the code, you know, strengthened as much as we legally can to protect whatever we can in those areas. So that's where I would look to staff and to legal counsel to say, is there anything else that we can do? I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, right now, like in the area east of I-95 along Palm Coast Parkway and Cooper Lane, is only within the right-of-way that we have the protection. Outside of that, we have beautiful, you know, trees there, but they have to go through the proper process in order to basically wipe them out or mitigate them.
And then the last thing, there's a chart on, well, there aren't pages, sorry. It's table 11-5, perimeter buffer requirements.
Okay.
Can you scroll it up on the screen, please?
There aren't page numbers. I think it's the other direction, though.
One more.
Oh, no, you're right, yeah, a
11-6.
little bit
That's
further,
11-6.
11-5, I'm sorry.
That's what
Yep, there we go. So under office, comm, MPD, and PSP, why are we not, and for industrial, it says, from what I think it's reading, perimeter buffer requirements, none, next to single-family residential duplex and estate, and between industrial and single-family duplex and estate, none. Why is that? I would certainly think there should be a buffer.
This chart was done before we looked at this, and we didn't really evaluate if we should change those numbers or those requirements or not, because they seemed like they were working up to this point. A lot of times, single family next to single family is no problem.
Yeah, but I would think your office, commercial, and even MPD, and maybe possibly PSP, depending on what it is, should have a buffer between your single family, your duplex, and your estate. And then you certainly should have a buffer between industrial and single family duplex and estate.
I think we should. I think we may have missed that. Yeah.
Okay. If
We'll
can just
make
look
that
into
corrections. Yeah. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Dave said, I agree. Okay, anything else from you? Are we good? Everybody's good? All right, we're going to move on to the last one. Chapter 14, the glossary. Mr. Fahn's going to deal with that.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Piketaji, is that the correct way to say it? Piketaji, thank you.
I'll go through this chapter quickly.
You said quick.
So basically, chapter 14 is relating to the glossary. We have only a few terminologies that we had to define or redefine. It basically provided the prohibited colors definition revised to remove the earth tones, revised the single-family definition under dwelling header to a detached building on a lot that designed for and occupied by one family as a home, with one range in the kitchen area within an interior living space. It removes minimum length of breezeway from attached garage definition. Currently, there's a requirement for that. And defines the word range. It's an appliance. So it defined as a single kitchen appliance that combines both a cooktop, stovetop, and an oven into one unit. So we want to make that clear for that. And updates the sign definition relating to, primarily in chapter 12, relating to digital sign. So it deletes the banner signs because there's no reference for that. Ad sign, commercial, a sign intended to promote the commercial or economic interests of the owner or the product services offered on the site. And we add a sign digital, any sign which has the capability of changing message content through the use of an electronically controlled device. And then we modify the sign for freestanding and modify sign for monument. And we also add basically non-commercial signs which display opinions, points of view, or contain political, civic, public service, religious, or ideology messages. Basically, we cannot control the content. And then we just recently added the definition of data center. So it is a physical facility that houses a centralized network of servers, data storage drives, and networking equipment. It acts as the factory or backbone of the internet, providing the infrastructure required to process, store, or distribute digital information, cloud application, and artificial intelligence models. A similar use, such as a cable landing station, is also permissible under this definition. And that's all I have for you, City Council. If you have any questions.
Pull up the red line real quick.
Certainly.
Should be pretty simple. Does anyone have any issues?
I think we should look to define different types of data centers.
I'm sorry?
Different types of data centers. I'm looking again to see if I missed it, but I don't see it.
Scroll down to data center.
It's not defined.
Yeah, it's not in here yet.
Oh, you're gonna-
Yeah, we just updated yesterday.
Oh, that
yeah.
was this morning when you guys.
That's correct, right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean, we can add a different types of, or tier of data center there, so.
Yeah, I think that's what we talked about, right? Was kind of figuring out what's a data center versus a hyperscale data center, depending on sizes and
Square footage.
square foot, yeah. stuff like
Which is
that.
a cable
so.
landing station, right?
Right.
For example, like hyperscale, like over $1 million
Yeah.
or something like that, we can add it to it, so.
Yes.
Yeah, I would look for those definitions.
And do you wish to have any kind of restriction on those type of development, like over 1 million square feet?
I think that's what we were going to discuss, right? I don't know that we've really kind of fleshed all of that out yet.
Okay.
Yeah, so again, that's, excuse me, that's why I said earlier, I didn't want to derail this entire conversation by getting into what I think is a deeper conversation about data centers.
Sure.
But at the very least, I do think that we should be defining what a data center, you know, and if you're calling it different tiers, however we want to define it as an industry standard, I'm sure Mr. Hanson probably has some ideas there too. That does need to be included.
Okay, so we could probably bring it back in July for the LDC wrap up, and we can point that out for you.
Okay.
If that's okay, yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Are you good with that? You have any more comments, anything? Okay, anything else from the council? We have to open it up for public comment concerning the changes to the LDC chapters that we've referenced today. If anyone has any comments concerning these changes, please come forward. Anything, Mr. Davis? All right, we'll close public comment. Anything else from the council? You got all the guidance you need, Fong?
Yes, sir, I have all the comments, so.
Okay, we're going to move into item F, public comments, our last round of public. Thank you, guys. Thank everyone for coming. Final public comment, not relating to anything on the agenda. What you got, Mr. Davis?
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, city manager, and city attorney. Before I begin, I want to thank the council and the staff for the time and effort invested in today's workshop. These sessions require significant preparation, and the increased availability of agenda materials has been a positive step toward transparency. I appreciate that work. This morning, I spoke about property rights, adverse impacts, and how development affects neighboring properties. This afternoon, I'd like to discuss leadership. Throughout this process, I have been told more than once that legal remedies exist through the claims process and litigation. I understand that. I have spent years documenting flooding, obtaining surveys and engineering reports, providing records, attending meetings, and working through the city's process. I have the documentation, I have the evidence, and if I choose to pursue litigation, that option exists. But that is not the point. Litigation may determine liability. It may determine damages. It may determine who wins and who loses. What it does not do is explain how the original decision was made. It does not explain what standards were applied, what analysts were performed, or what evidence supported the city's conclusions. The question is not whether a resident can hire a lawyer. The question is whether a resident should have to. Residents should not be forced into litigation simply to understand how a government decision affecting their property was made. Government earns public trust when its decisions can be explained, verified, and defended. I'm not asking the city to agree with me. I'm not asking the city to accept liability. I am simply asking for transparency and a clear explanation of the process. Because when residents bring concerns to their elected officials, they are not just looking for legal answers. They are looking for leadership, and leadership is demonstrated not when questions are redirected, but when questions are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Ma'am, you got anything? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups concerning Mr. Davis's comment? Anything?
No, sir.
All right, we're going to move on to item G, discussion of city council matters not on the agenda. Councilman Gambaro, anything?
Yes, I just have one important item, Mr. Mayor, and I just wanted to wish my bride of 24 amazing years a big happy birthday. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to have the success and a wonderful family that we do now. And yeah, it's her birthday today, so I just wanted to publicly recognize her because she is absolutely 100% the better half. Thank
Happy
you.
birthday to her.
Yes, sir. Happy birthday. Councilman Sullivan? June.
June 11th, which is coming up this week, and it's kind of a significant date for the future of who's going to be around in these positions. I just make the point, it's June 11th is the last time you can qualify to run for office.
Yes, sir. Vice Mayor?
I have two things. So ironically, one, I was going to bring up the Ford buffer issue. I've heard a lot about it and wasn't sure, city manager, kind of what the backstory was and if we are doing anything to prevent this from happening in the future and what we've done to mitigate what happened there.
I am not aware of all aspects of actually what happened in what sequence and by who as of yet. It is still under an active investigation. I talked with Mr. Zobler earlier yesterday, and he also in an email mentioned that it is still under active investigation, but it is being pursued and continued with.
Okay, if you could brief us afterwards, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
What? I can't remember what kind of trees were there. Can you? Was it crepe myrtles? What? They were oaks? Oh, they need to get hemmed up. Oh, I'm sorry, shouldn't be saying that. If they were oaks, there should be significant.
I believe they're working through the process with us.
Okay.
I think it was I'm not gonna say, but I think it was a mistake, and they're trying to come back from that.
Okay. Anything else?
Yes. The other thing is, again, the fundraiser that I'm doing for the Family Life Center is this Wednesday, so tomorrow at Red Clover European Village from 6 to 8. All proceeds will go to the Family Life Center. We are going to do karaoke for a cause. It's going to be a lot of fun. I am singing. There are other commissioners who have said they will be singing, so definitely come out and see us sound, I'm sure, awful. At least I'll speak for myself. I can't carry a tune to save my life, but that's okay because it's for a good cause. We're going to have the owner of Red Clover has very generously given us food specials, drink specials. There's going to be a silent auction, 50-50 raffle. We've gotten various business owners in the community to donate gift cards and gift baskets, and so it's really kind of an all hands on deck for the Family Life Center. So you can go to the Family Life Center's website. There's a post on there. There's also a link to buy tickets on the Family Life Center's Facebook page and also on my Facebook page. So please try to make it out. You can also pay at the door. So if you want to come out from 6 to 8 tomorrow, you can pay at the door. It's only $10. And again, all proceeds will go to the Family Life Center in Flagler County. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Wednesday, 6 to 8. I have nothing. Mr. Attorney Man, you got anything?
I do. To carry on from Councilmember Miller's comment, I think we have a legal responsibility to watch the USA play Paraguay Friday at 9 p.m. This is the World Cup, first round of the World Cup, and just as a reminder, this only comes around once every 4 years, and the last time the USA hosted was in 1994, so we may not get another chance like this, so I think as Americans, we were legally required to watch that on Fox.
I was in Iraq when Iraq won the Asian Cup. That was a big deal for that country during a time of war. They still won that tournament, and I've got a jersey. I got an Iraqi jersey with my name on it. Yeah, Mr. City Manager Man.
Other than Go USA, no sir.
And I think they have lunch if you're going to stay around for it in the back. Anything else? Anything else?
Motion to adjourn.